Excellency Abdulli Joe, all the way from?
The Gambia.
The Gambia.
Smiling Coast.
Nice. It's very nice to see you. Let me welcome you first of all to Dubai, to the Future Hospitality Summit. Tell me your thoughts so far. How are you enjoying yourself?
Thank you very much for this opportunity, to talk about the event, FHS and the UAE Africa Tourism Investment Summit.
Sure.
We're here under the invitation of the Honorable Minister of Economy and Tourism of the UAE to interact and create connectivity.
Okay.
And expose the investment opportunities that exist in our tourism destination. So far, the day started, on a very high note, with very inspiring statements provided by the Honorable Minister and the other dignitaries, representing Africa, as well as the Commissioner for Africa under the UN Tourism, as well as the panel discussions.
Okay.
I think the panel discussion, one of the takeaway, especially with respect to the private sector, a panel discussion where Marriott International Accord were featured, as well as the other hotels chain. Just telling us as policymakers, what is it that we have to do to be able to create the enabling environment for the private sector to be able to invest in our destinations and thrive. So far, it's very inspiring, it's very thought-provoking, and above all, connectivity, it creates connectivity.
It's an opportunity, isn't it, to meet people, to network with people, and you're in a place, in a city, which has become a hub, very much a tourism hub, and I guess there are lessons in that you can take away. If there was one thing so far that has hit you that you're going to take back home as the Minister of Tourism, could you put that into a simple paragraph?
Effectively, I think we are always inspired when we come to Dubai. Because how the tsunami transformation that has taken place here is phenomenal.
Yes.
So it is always a good thing to be here and see the visibility alone is something that can always inspire anyone that comes here. More so, hearing from the authorities.
Okay.
What is it that they have been doing, how they have done it. And, the other thing, which the guy from IFC, the International Finance Corporation of the World Bank, said that they have a saying that you don't wake up somebody that's not sleeping, and certainly Dubai is not sleeping.
For sure.
So that statement itself, it's inspiring, and for us, we're always intrigued about how this place have been able to use connectivity among all other gamut of policies to transform this destination to be a destination of choice, so that everybody wants to come here.
Yeah.
So, and one thing about these kind of platforms, one, is that if you do not go out of your cocoon, you will not know, you will not add on to what you know. And just being here, the small things that you see and these interactions enriches our intuition to be able to do things better.
It's an interesting point, because at some point you have to be open, don't you, to opportunity, and that's really the key. Opportunity is always there. It's whether you take it or not, I guess. I have to be honest with you, Minister, I don't have a great deal of knowledge about the situation in Gambia when it comes to tourism. Could you, for the benefit of our listeners, for our viewers, just sum up where tourism is now in the Gambia and where your leadership will hopefully take tourism?
Yeah, I mean, as I said earlier on, the Gambia is known as the smiling coast of Africa.
Sure.
We don't get that title out of nothing, because we are a very friendly, very peaceful, and very secure destination, very welcoming.
Yeah.
We have wonderful infrastructure. I mean, we are almost from Europe, about 5.5 hours by flight.
Okay.
In West Africa, we have pristine beaches, unspoiled. What we have been able to do in terms of numbers, as you very well know, most countries have been hit by the COVID.
Yes.
So we are on the road to recovery.
Yes.
We have a spectacular investment opportunity, incentives for private sector to thrive in the tourism sector, among other sectors. The tourism is a priority sector. But what we have done now is that our new strategy is to try to increase our numbers of visitors into the country. How are we planning to do that? We're doing that in partnership, collaborative partnership with the private sector.
Okay.
To make sure that the private sector takes the lead. And our role as a government, in terms of policies, in terms of regulation, becomes facilitatory rather than being commanding. So, and we believe that with this new strategy, in terms of new approach that we are leveraging on, in terms of digital marketing, is something that we believe will provide more visibility for more people to come into the Gambia and create that number increase that we're looking for.
In terms of numbers, if I can pin you down slightly, what are you looking to go from? What's the basic?
Currently, for example, pre-COVID was about 200 and something thousand.
Okay.
So we are aiming to get to 1 million.
Okay.
Yes. And
Is
it
there
requires
a time frame for that?
we have a track strategy. A tourism policy and strategy goes from 2023 to 2032.
Okay.
So we are working on that.
What could a tourist expect in the Gambia? What do people look for when they come to the country now?
The beach, cultural tourism,
Okay.
heritage. We have a amazing river that you can cruise and see hippos and see, dolphins interact. It's the best thing that you can have anywhere in the world.
I just want to make a point with you there. When I was a child, my father worked in Cameroon, not a million miles away from the Gambia. So I have great memories as a 10, 11-year-old boy in Africa and the experiences that I had. And what's interesting there is you frame yourself as the smiling nation, and that, I think, for me, as a young boy, is probably my overriding memory of Cameroon. Clearly a completely different country, but it was all about the people for me. And I think that's a really undervalued, in many cases in tourism, that's an undervalued resource, isn't it?
Yeah, as somebody said earlier on, we're not just relying on tourism on a seasonal basis.
Right.
We're looking at tourism as an engine of growth. And if you're selling a garment, you go do a window shopping in M&S, or you go to Primark.
Sure.
If it is not well dressed and presented,
Yes.
you will never buy it.
It's a good point.
Behind it is a quality as well.
Yeah.
You look at those things. What you see in the Gambia, in terms of the smile, in terms of the friendliness, in terms of accommodating visitors, is really what you get when you get to the Gambia. And that's why in the country, we continue to have repeaters from the UK, we have repeaters from the Netherlands, from Belgium. In fact, the tourism was started by the Scandinavians. But because of some shift, we are trying to bring back the Scandinavians as well as the Germans with FTI, because FTI collapsed and all that. So it's a mixture. And we are also relying on, wellness tourism.
Okay.
As well as, tapping on our diasporans in the US through the Roots Homecoming Festival. You've heard about Alex Haley, when you were young, the Roots.
Yes.
You understand?
Yes.
So that is something that originated from the Gambia.
Okay, that I didn't know.
Yes, it is from the Gambia, and we are trying to rebrand it.
Okay.
To make sure that there is greater awareness of the cultural heritage of the Gambia.
This is the thing, isn't it? It is, when it comes to destinations, I was talking to somebody earlier today and I said, look, 30 years ago, Abu Dhabi, for lots of British tourists, is that in Wales? We don't know quite where that is. Nowadays, Dubai, Abu Dhabi, Ras Al Khaimah to an extent, where we are now in the United Emirates, are international destinations, and they hold I think it's fair to say they hold a position in tourism and hospitality. And I guess you're on that journey.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's an issue of, in here, they have God-giving natural resources.
Yes.
And they've been able to harness that.
Yes.
Beyond the oil into the human capital and build the capacities of the people. Diversification. And that is exactly what we are doing in the Gambia. We have a project which is funded by the World Bank called the Tourism Diversification and Resilience Project. Climate friendly, sustainability, inclusiveness, stakeholder participation, all of it is part of it. Because today, people are not just going into hotels, going to the beach, they want to see the culture. They want to see nature.
Sure. Yeah.
And interact. And these are all the things that we are building up. And we are hopeful that learning from Dubai, what they have been able to do, UAE, others, we will be able to move on a fly path. Cruising altitude.
I like it. Moving northwards. Well, look, I wish you all the best at the
Thank you,
summit
Tim.
with the connectivity. His Excellency,
Thank you.
Abdullah Joe, Minister of Tourism, Arts and Culture from the Gambia. Thank you very much.
It was a pleasure.
Pleasure to meet you.
You've been given this opportunity. And we hope we'll have an opportunity to meet again.
It's Mira Business FM. It's the morning drive. It's me, Tim Elliott. Good morning to you. info@mira.fm is the email address to get in touch. WhatsApp is very simple. Type into your browser whatsapp.mira.fm and that will bring up the box. You don't have to remember numbers or save us, or that should work pretty well. Also, we're on YouTube. We're streaming. You can watch again there, and all your usual social channels, you know where they are, wherever you favour, plus wherever you get your podcasts from. Now, executive mentoring, strategic advice, and a lot more executive coaching. I'll ask the gentleman in question in a second. Aidan O'Brien is a globally respected strategic advisor. He's an executive mentor, an international keynote speaker, and Aidan, you've worked with clients across 5 continents. That's great. You've trained nearly 1 million people worldwide, the bio says here. You're smiling. 1 million people, that's a big amount.
I've spoken on stage to about 1 million. So I've been speaking on stage 16 years now. So all over the world, built different businesses from 2010 to 18. And we had some big stages there. 18,000 people in Krakow and Poland and Prague. And then every year, multiple events. Yeah, so the numbers creep up quickly. How many trained perspective? We're probably smaller than that, but it sounds good, at least.
Well, no, it does. I mean, that's one of the reasons it's been so hard to track you down, because, we have to follow you across 5 continents. 1 million people are in front of us. The point of all this is you're pretty busy.
Yeah, and it's funny, I don't like the word busy, but I guess I am. I'm doing things every day for 50 hours.
Why don't you like busy?
I think words actually, they carry so much weight. And one of the things I'm always telling clients is, casualness leads to casualties, right? So if you're casual with your language, it leads to the death of the deal, of your confidence, of focus. Casualness leads to casualties. And I think we're far too casual with language, actually. So the words like need, I don't like. We don't need to do anything. We want, or we don't want. We do, or we don't do. And busy is just a word people throw out, like, yeah, you busy. And I say it, and I catch myself, and I'm still struggling to find a better word to replace it. But
well, I was going to ask you for that. I mean, years ago, I worked for a radio station, and we used to interview people, and we would say at the end of their spiel, we'd be like, absolutely, and move on. And somebody texted in and said, I'm fed up with you saying absolutely. And they were pretty direct with some quite direct language. Yeah. So there were 2 hosts that both of us said, right, we'll have a money jar there. Whenever we say absolutely, we'll put money in the jar. Yeah. So we did. And after about a week, I don't use the word absolutely anymore. So I get you. And I guess this is one of the things that you harp on is the wrong word, again, using language casually. But one of the things you need to get through to people is focus,
Yeah,
isn't it? And
absolutely.
do what you need to do.
Yeah, so I'm a big believer. I'm a bit of a Trojan horse, actually. I'm kind of known as the leadership, the business growth guy, the strategic guy, but I'm always bringing in really the alignment, the awareness, the clarity.
Okay.
And I think most people in my kind of world, and even in mainstream personal and professional development, they're telling people to add on things, do this and do this. I'm a big believer in letting go first. I always say stopping the don'ts is more important than starting the do's.
Okay.
We have to figure out what are the don'ts first. We got to create space. Everyone listening here, they don't need more work. They don't need to do more. They don't need some guy come on and say, you got to do this, and you got to do this, and you got to do. No, what do we have to stop doing first? And that's the key. Can we remove some of the noise? And most business owners, most leaders, corporate executives, they're just overrun with work, but they're not focused. They're not aligned. They don't know what really moves the needle. They don't have leverage in their actions. And that's why most businesses and people struggle and they stagnate, is because they get incremental growth. I'm a believer in multiplying your business. And I think you can if you identify what to let go of, what to delegate, automate, eliminate, and what moves the needle, what gives us leverage. So that's how we work, or that's how I work around focus in particular, letting go.
So, I mean, make life as easy as you possibly can. And then the issue to me is always, well, you try to do that and you try to, I don't know, set your tasks for the day and run through them and tick them as you go by. But you get pulled all over the place as a busy, I'm using that word again, as a constantly moving executive, don't you? How do you do that?
It's lack of clarity. One of the first things I do in every company, we go in and we redefine the roles. I need to know everyone in the team, everyone in the business, what are they actually doing? Because most people are living off their legacy and their title as opposed to what they actually do best that moves the needle. So again, creating space is the first thing. Are you willing to create space to have this conversation? A lot of guys aren't because they're too busy. You know, they're too busy running. And so that's the first thing. Who's wise enough to create the space? You know, I'm a big believer that we don't know what we don't know. Like, we know what we know, and we know what we don't know. Like, you know you don't speak Chinese, you know you don't play the guitar, you know you don't do this, but you don't know what you don't know. And most executives and most business owners, most founders, their biggest problem is they think they know enough. It's actually all of our problem. We think we know enough as it is, and we don't.
We should recognize that we don't know stuff.
Exactly. And that we don't know what we don't know. And that's the gap, because the gap from where we are to where we want to be is the same gap as what we know and what we don't know, and what we're doing and what we're not doing. People think it's this mystical journey we have to, to figure out, but it's very simple, actually. The closer to truth you get, the simpler it gets. We just have to know there's things we don't know. So unfortunately, most people give away their time casually. So people will spend years doing the wrong stuff because they think they're going to live forever. But people are afraid to spend money to shorten the time, whereas I encourage people to spend money and shorten the time. Buy back your time.
It's difficult, though, to do that, isn't it? Because, look, if I give you my time, for me, there's a real kind of lack of arrogance to that. And if I say, look, I just don't have time for you now, I always feel that's a little bit arrogant. A lot of people want to spend time because they feel as though it's, it's a mentoring thing, or they need to do it for the business. But your argument is maybe you probably don't need to. Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is you need to shorten the times doing the wrong things.
Still offer it.
So you need to invest money now. You either invest money or you invest time. Most people don't want to spend money because they value money over time. And that's one of the biggest myths of that we're taught since we're kids, that time is money. You heard that, right? Time is money.
I've never believed that, to be honest with you.
But it's not. Time is infinitely more valuable than money. Yeah. Because if I gave you $10 million today, you take it, right? If I brought it with me because you're a great host, Tim, I have $10 million for you today in cash. You want it? Mm-hmm. Yes, of course. One caveat, you don't wake up tomorrow. You still want it?
Maybe not.
Maybe not, because time, innately, time is more valuable than money. But as
that
people,
really made the point, by the way.
Yeah, we give away all our time so casually. So what I'm saying is, buy back your time. Don't be afraid to hire the executive assistant or the PA. Don't be afraid to hire someone that you can delegate. Don't be afraid to bring in the right mentor or advisor who can show you. Like, I've been obsessed with this for 20 years, right? I've built businesses for years and all over the world, as you mentioned earlier. All I do is put my ideas in their head. Like, you have expertise already. You're a master of what you do. Put my ideas in your head so we can save time, so you can get your time back. That'll cost you some money, but it'll cost what it costs to do it is way less than what it costs not to do. Because not doing it, you're going to keep spending time, and also you're still not doing the right things that are going to help you scale your business as fast as you could.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Do you find in your business that there are, and I ask this because I'm naturally a little bit cynical, but I think there are a lot of people in your profession, and I'm not pointing at you, this is a genuine question. I think there are a lot of snake oil salesmen in your profession. Do you, how do you view your profession? Because it's almost intangible in lots of ways, isn't it?
100%. I love that you said that. I always say there's quantitative returns and qualitative. And a lot of guys out there selling the quantitative, like make $10,000 a month and get to 6 figures and get to 7 figures. And a lot of what I do, that Trojan horse part, is really qualitative. It is the clarity, it is the certainty, it is the awareness. But for me, I told you off air, like I always tell people, I'd rather show you what I do than tell you what I do.
You do.
Because I get it a bit cringe. I don't like saying the word coaching and mentoring because there's such a stigma around it. People have such a already there's a stereotype in their mind, and I say, listen, come to one of my events, I'd rather show you, because what I do doesn't fit into that. And the only, I suppose what makes a good mentor, if someone is out here looking for a mentor or a coach or an advisor, you don't have, it doesn't matter if it's me, but how do you choose the right one? A mentor or an advisor can only take you as far as they've gone themselves. And most haven't gone that far. So what you want to do is you want to find out who's walked the path actually already, who's gone down the road. That's the person who can guide you. And if they haven't, then they're not worth listening to, in my opinion.
Well, I would kind of echo that, because I look at, I've talked to lots of people who are, strategic coaches, business coaches, life coaches, all those kinds of things.
Yeah.
And I look at it very cynically. I'll be absolutely honest with you.
Me too.
And it's good to hear, because a lot of the time I don't think you've been through this. I think you've read a book about it.
Exactly. Well, it's funny you said that, because I call that borrowed knowledge.
Yeah.
And I think that we all start with, you started with borrowed knowledge, right?
For sure.
We all start with borrowed knowledge.
Yeah.
And then if we live it enough, it becomes knowing. And that's what you have as a host. How long are you hosting radio and doing things like the broadcasting?
25 years.
25 years. So it's a level of knowing. Like what you can do now with minimal effort used to take you a lot of effort 25 years ago. When you first came in, remembering everything, and the mic and the producer. And now you do it effortlessly,
I've forgotten more than I know.
Exactly. So, and that's the point, though, is that you start with borrowed knowledge, and that's okay to start. I started with borrowed knowledge back in 2008, 2009, building business, figuring things out. But if you live it enough and you walk the path, it becomes knowing. And then that's a different level. And I think you can see very quickly when you listen to someone if it's borrowed knowledge or if it's knowing. And unfortunately today, because of the internet, there's a lot of borrowed knowledge everywhere, a lot of copy paste. And that's again why I said I'd rather show you. I built all my business organically. People come to my events or they're referred. I'm only in it for the result. I don't care about motivating you, even though people call me the Irish Tony Robbins. I'm not. He's the American Aidan O'Brien, if you're wondering. But motivate. I don't do motivation. I'm here for a result. I only get paid if we get a result. I'm not interested in motivating you. And again, I always say I'm only looking for people who are looking for me. I'm not trying to convince anyone. You come to my event or you hear me out on podcasts or radio like this. If something resonates, it resonates. That's it. But people out there trying to convert people and bring them to their way, that's where the issue lies.
So when did it all start for you? What did you do when you were at school, college, you're a kid, and you thought, right, I'm going to go into this.
Yeah.
This is the career for me. What did you choose then?
Well, actually, school got in the way of my education.
Okay, that's a lot of people.
So when I left school, my education started, and I was running gyms back in Ireland. So you can probably tell I'm trying to neutralize the accent, but I want to keep it because it's good for business, right? But I started in health and wellness, and
well, I stereotyped you when you came in. I said Aidan's going to be a talker, and so it's turned out to be.
It's the Irishness.
There is a friendliness with the
absolutely.
Irish people, of course.
So I was running gyms, and a girl came in who had a beauty college, and she was training 35 girls. And she goes, I need someone to train the 35 girls as part of their qualification. And I said, 35 girls? I'll do it, no problem, right? And I trained these girls, and I said, what do these girls do when they graduate the beauty college? And she said, a lot of them work on cruise ships. And I said, cruise ships? And she goes, yeah, we have personal trainers and spa. And 3 months later, I was on my way to Rome, and I was about to work on a cruise ship as a personal trainer. Right. But what I didn't know is it turned out to be a sales job. I was actually on stage every day teaching seminars with 4,000 guests a week. And it was ultimately a sales job. But after 3 months, I got a phone call. I was being sent to a new ship. Brand new ship, hadn't even sailed, was still in the shipyard. And I said, it turned out I was number one in sales out of 150 cruise ships. And they put the best salespeople on the new ship for the maiden voyage. And I found out I was good on stage, and I loved people, and I turned out I was good at sales. And in 2010, I read Rich Dad, Poor Dad, Robert Kiyosaki.
Right, yeah.
And I said, I'm not going to go back on the ship. I'm going to start my own events and start my own sales stuff. So in 2010, I started running my own events. I'd book a hotel in my city and I'd invite people to come. Now, at the same time, I was chasing time and financial freedom, but I also knew I wanted mental and emotional freedom. And that's what I work with most people, actually. It is the mental and emotional part that's the issue. And I started running my own events. And then I linked up with direct sales companies, and I ended up traveling all over the world, building businesses that way as a speaker, opening new countries, doing sales meetings, developing leadership programs. I did thousands of meetings every year, and I failed so much. And I realized I was actually coaching before I was a coach. I was obsessed with the mindset. I was obsessed with the psychology and the human behavior, combining with business. And that's how I was in it without realizing I was in it.
Yeah. So it kind of found you.
Absolutely. I think I was blessed to find, I think we all have, I call a business or a job a vehicle of expression, right?
That's a phrase.
And that's how I define it. And I think the mission for me is alignment. When I meet young entrepreneurs or young people, say, what's your lane? And for me, I found my lane, which is a mix of that personal and the professional. And you have to find your lane. And when you do find your lane, you have infinite energy for it. You can do it all day. It's what you do best with the least amount of effort. I was blessed to find that early, but I chose it and I fought for it. And that's why I feel like, I've been doing it a long time. And I think that's the key piece.
Is finding your lane a bit like an ability to do a job and make it not look or feel like work? Is that what it is?
Okay. Yeah, because even though it is work and you end up working more than you think you do, I think you have a source of energy there for it, and that's why a lot of people struggle. They get burnt out, they get stressed out because they're building their house on someone else's land. And I think that's why the awareness and the alignment is so key. You have to seek that. Seek and you shall find. It's 2,000 years old.
You have some great phraseology. I have to give you credit for that as well.
Fires for days.
You did well in sales. For anybody listening to this who is in business, who relates to sales in any way, and that's pretty much all of us, everything needs to be sold. What's the secret to selling? What was the secret to your selling success?
Again, what I noticed on the cruise ship, the Irishness helped definitely, but really was the connection to people. Being interested instead of being interesting. I tell people all the time, you got to be interested. You got to take from life, gather from life. And that's the key. Like for me, all business is conversations. Successful business is relationships at scale. That's all it is. And and that's a lot of the work I'm doing with companies and founders. How do we simplify? I say, do you want to be big or do you want to be profitable? All these guys want to be big. And they add in systems and more salaries and more stuff. Just complex makes everything more complex. We got to simplify. Business is conversations. The truth for any business owner out here is higher value conversations with more influential people will open doors you can't open yourself. And everything else we add in just brings it back to conversations. That's all it is. Okay. So that's what sales is. And the other thing about sales is people have the wrong frame. A lot of the work I do is around the identity, the frame. A lot of times people think sales is something you do to people. But when you realize that sales is something you do for people, it changes the energy around it. And that gives people a lot more power and belief and confidence, and therefore your team can succeed faster. So there's a lot of leakage in companies, a lot of gaps for individuals and companies. And to me, I just see it because I've been doing it so long. They can't see it because the brain is just looking at what it always looks at.
Well, sometimes you're too close, aren't you?
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay. What about, let me ask you about public speaking, because I guess a lot of what you do, whether you know you're doing it or not, when you're mentoring, I don't know, entrepreneurs or founders or whatever else, I know that's part of your business. There's a level of confidence you have to inspire, and not everybody is naturally confident. Confidence comes from, I guess, experience. It's partly innate, it's partly learned, it's partly copied. However you get confidence is fine. But how do you go about instilling confidence when it comes to having to stand in front of people? You stand in front of thousands of people, millions possibly as well. But that doesn't come without there are nerves.
There are nerves, yeah. And again, the frame is very important. For me, it was my gift from God. Like the first time I stepped on stage was my brother's wedding. It was 320 people. I was best man. I was 19.
There's a lot of pressure as a best man.
Unbelievably.
Yeah,
I was so nervous. I only had 2 dinners that wedding.
Were you funny though?
I was hilarious. Actually, turns out. It turns out, according to the crowd, anyway. But honestly, it was a defining moment in my life because I didn't know what I was doing at 19. I was in health and fitness. I was traveling. I didn't know what I wanted really. And I remember, out of 300 people at that wedding, 250 came up to me that night and said, you should be on stage. And I went around the whole night. It was a defining moment in my life. How am I going to be on stage? I can't sing. I'm not that funny. I mean, that was funny, but it wasn't that funny.
People always say you're funnier than you are. Again, it's showbiz rules. The person in front of you, you love them. I mean, that's how it works.
And, I didn't know what I was going to do, so I ended up going into gyms and the fitness, but the stage, then I was up on stage on the cruise ship, 4,000 people every Sunday. Right. And the guy said to me, you told me this was your first day. And I was like, it is. He's like, there's no way that was your first time. I said, it was. So I knew it was my gift from God. I think we all have this innate gifts that we can emphasize and develop, but for me, the thing about public speaking, again, it comes back to the alignment. Like if you're in a job and you have to stand up in front of a team and talk about something you don't care about, the confidence isn't there. Whereas, clarity leads to confidence. If you have clarity on who you are and what you're talking about, every person you meet can talk about something. So that's the big issue, like getting in alignment. And the second thing, then there is different strategies, but ultimately, if you're speaking to a group of people, you got to treat it like you're speaking to one person.
Right.
You got to speak to one. And the other thing is what I do before I get on stage is it's never about me. It's always about them. The problem as a speaker, why people get nervous is to make it about them. It's the same reason why people don't like going to networking events, why people are shy, because they're trying to be interesting instead of being interested. When I go on stage, I say, I'm just a messenger. Let me get the right message across. Same coming on here today. It's not about me. It's about them. It's about you. And if I can set that intention to just serve, because I think the secret to greatness is the service of others. Jim Rohn said that, my spirit animal, and I agree. Like everything is about service. And if you can do that, it takes the pressure off your shoulders. You're here to serve. You're here to give back. You're here to give away what you've connected. That's what you're doing right now. You're serving. And that's why you can do it all day. And if you're making it about you to get something, you're always going to suffer.
I think it's pressure. I take your point. I think much of it is about listening. And I think one of the things that we do as a species is we hear, but I question whether we really listen very often. And there's a distinction.
I'm with you. We're very aligned, actually, because, in the coaching space, they always talk about active listening. And I think, again, it just sounds good. But for me, I call it listening like your life depended on it, because it does. Every interaction, every client, even in your relationship, listening like your life depended on it, like really being interested. Again, most people are listening to reply. They're not listening to understand. You tell them, what did you do in the weekend? Oh, I went here. I went there before. It's great, isn't it? And they start talking. where have you been? How long? In Glasgow? Oh, I've been to Glasgow. So a very easy fix to that is just when you go to a networking event, when you go to speak, so not about you. And the more awake you become in life, the more you wake up to what's really important in this world, you realize you put others first and yourself last, you'll be first. It's just the way it goes.
It's funny, my mum used to say that to me for years. If I didn't hold a door open for somebody, she'd be like, you're not the only person in the world.
Yeah.
And actually, that's pretty decent advice, I think. What do you like at networking events? What do you like personally, and what would you like to be better at? Or what would you kind of offer to somebody that's nervous about being at networking?
For me, again, just that, be interested, not interested. It's the simplest piece of advice, and it's for everything, whether you're trying to meet a new a husband or a partner, a boy or a girl. Be interested, not interesting. Nobody wants you to come up and talk about yourself. We call it fire hosing. You meet someone at an event, you say, hi, I'm Aidan, what do you do? Oh, I'm John, and I just started this business, and this is what we're doing. We can really help you. It's fire hosing. You're like, Jesus, get away from me, So if you're at a networking event, for me, it's all about just being interested. I believe everybody has a story. Like when I meet Tim, I wonder, what's Tim's story? We all like, and when you came in and you greeted me and you're interested in me, I feel good. I like Tim. Why do I like Tim? Because Tim is interested in me. That's why I liked him.
Well, it'd be a dreadful interview if I wasn't interested.
Exactly.
I do try and listen.
Yeah, some don't, though. As you know, in your
guess a lot of
space.
people don't.
But especially out in the world, everyone's trying to be interesting because they think their values. I got to be interesting.
Right.
So you don't. Just be curious. Curiosity leads to clarity. I always ask better questions. I'm a big fan of questions. That's why I fell in love with coaching early on. Questions are the answer. I always say the right question is the answer you're looking for.
Back to your phraseology.
Yeah, that's why I'm writing the book, because I wanted I started with borrowed knowledge, quoting everybody else I was reading. Yeah. For the last number of years, it's my own vernacular, and I wanted that with my name next to it. So that's why I wrote the book, actually. That's shameless plug, coming before the end of the year, please God. And I wanted, because my language, and I was like, I want my name beside that, because you stop quoting others eventually if you're doing it enough and you find your way of...
Well, what's your book going to be? What's the theme?
It's called Back to Me, and it's because I had a bit of an awakening about 3 years ago when I realized that we have to stop seeking everything outside of us. That's the source of our suffering, and we have to get back to me, the real me, the truth of me. So Back to Me is about letting go of everything that's not you, letting go of the stories, the beliefs, the patterns, the programs, letting go of non-truth. So you're left with truth. Because I think truth is the most powerful force in the world.
The truth's a lot easier to remember as well, isn't it? Lies are
100%.
tough to remember.
Exactly. But most people are lying all the time today. And I'm like, yeah, let's catch up. And then they never catch up. Or, yeah, we're going to do it. And then they don't. And people, I hate it. Like, it's one of my values. I think truth is the undercurrent of everything. A healthy relationship. Oh, it's only a little white lie. No, even a company, I call it a truth table. I make the leaders, very uncomfortable for the first half an hour. I say, this is a truth table. And you're paying me to come in here. You're going to listen to me. Everything goes on the middle of the table.
Right.
An hour and a half later, everyone's like, oh my God, thank God, I feel so good. Because everybody's talking sideways. Nobody's telling the truth. Like, let's get to the truth. So when you tell the truth, that's what Back to Me is about, getting back to the truth of who you are. So I wrote this book because it's not about thinking positive or setting goals or being disciplined. I don't believe in any of that, actually. I have a chapter in the book called Awareness Over Discipline. You don't want discipline for the rest of your life. You want awareness. Right. Awareness means I know what's for my highest good and greatest joy, and I choose that. And I say no to everything that's not that. That doesn't require discipline. That's awareness.
Do you hear phrases like, the power of positive thinking and think,
yeah, because there's nothing really positive or negative in the world objectively. It's just our desire for control. It's our personal preference. Like, it's a waste of time. This is good and this is bad. This is positive and this is negative. That's all our preference. Everything is as it is. And once you accept that, there's a certain surrender with that. Immediately you recoup energy and you replenish.
This is so interesting because we're having a discussion this morning before the show began, and I made a glib comment about acceptance being a really important thing, and we all kind of came to the conclusion that if you can accept things every day, and if you get sick, accept that you have become sick, and hopefully you get through that. But acceptance is a really important thing.
100%. Everyone talks about self-love. I said, let's start with self-like. We're miles away from self-love. How do we get to self-like? When we trust ourselves. Okay. How do we trust ourselves? When we know ourselves. So how do we know ourselves? We ask better questions. We make less assumptions and less conclusions. Okay. The more conclusions you make, the less alive you become. When you say, this is the way it is, this is who I am, this is how things are, this is the way Dubai is, this is the way business is, this is the way my team are, this is the way my health is, this is the way my fitness is, this is the way my relationship is. The more conclusions you make, the less alive you become. We have to get curious. What's possible? Who am I? Where am I going? What can I do? How else can we do it? When you get curious, you start asking questions, everything becomes possible. And then you accept the acceptance is everything is as it is. What can we do now?
Wow, you're like the Irish Ted Lasso. Be curious, not judgmental.
I went from the Irish Tony Robbins to Irish Ted Lasso. My goodness.
It's a development. Let's put it that way.
Is it? Okay. That's the Trojan horse, though. You see it now? That's the Trojan horse.
I've been swept along with that
because
horse.
when I go into the companies, they never expect this. When I go into an investment bank in London, they're not expecting this, but this is what they get. Because that's, for me, you can't have mastery. You can't have, like, everyone's a sticker, make me a better speaker, make our team sell better. You can't have that without this awareness and alignment and clarity. And that's my message. And that's what...
Yeah, I want to ask you about alignment. You've used the word a few times, and I want to know how you define alignment.
Again, like, getting as close to your truth as possible. And that is like, how do you recognize what's true for you? What you do best with the least amount of effort. What you will do all day.
Right.
That even you wake up, you're tired, you're jet lagged, whatever, you can still do it. What you've mastered, what skills you've developed, what hurdles you've overcome, what people know you for. All of these things together show you your alignment, the truth of who you are, and your expertise. All of that. So, like, pain, there's things you've overcome that other people can't overcome. You've jumped over hurdles some people can't jump over. But it's so obvious to you, you think it's not valuable, because what's simple to you is mind-blowing to somebody else. So you actually have a lot more value to offer than you realize.
That's a really good point.
So if you combine, things that you've overcome, skills you've developed, expertise you've built, and the stuff that really aligns with you, meaning you can do it all day with the least amount of effort, it feels like it energizes you. Now we're starting to discover who we really are. And when we do that, now we have something to work with, and that's really exciting, I think.
I feel a lot better about myself now. Let me ask you, let's bring it back to the business arena for a second. You work as a consultant. You're known, I think it's fair to say, and you've just kind of outlined that, truth, clarity, performance you can feel, I think is a phrase you use. You help founders, you help executives.
And individuals, by the way. Not to interrupt you. Like, sometimes people think, oh, he only works with the big. No, I work with people at all levels, young entrepreneurs, people moving from career to their own business. So just to be clear on that.
It's a lot broader than I've outlined. Okay, so what you're trying to do is sharpen strategy. You want to elevate influence. I want to ask you about that. You want to drive performance, high performance results. Let's take those one at a time. How do you sharpen strategy?
So one of my principles, frameworks, is called the 95-5. And it's basically daylight robbery of the Pareto principle, right? Everyone knows the Pareto principle, the 80-20. 80% of results come from 20% of your actions. Nobody uses it. Everyone's like, I've heard of that. No one's using it. I've actually seen this in 90-10 or 95-5. So what are the 5% things that you do that move the needle? What are the 5% things that get the best results? And then the 95, we got to delegate, automate, or eliminate. That's how we strategize. What is the 5%? And if we do that throughout your organization, miracles are going to happen. We're going to let go of a lot of baggage. We're going to let go of a lot of leakage, and we're going to start getting into momentum. And most people aren't in momentum because people are stuck in the 95. So that's the short answer.
Okay,
I'm trying to shorten my answers.
No,
I have a habit of giving long answers.
No, I appreciate that. Well, we'd have to charge us if you gave us a long answer. How do you elevate influence?
Influence, again, really about changing the identity around speaking first. You know, one of the things that blows I love communication and influence. I've always loved it. You know, in Ireland, we have something called the Blarney Stone, which is in this Blarney Castle in County Cork. You might have heard of it.
You've spent some time there, I think.
And there's a whole mythology. You kiss the Blarney Stone and it gives you the gift of the gab. And we lined up when I was a child, about 8 years old, for like an hour and a half to the Blarney Stone. But you have to dip your head back under this rock on top of the castle. And I wouldn't do it. I refused after we queued up for an hour and a half. And since that day, my whole family says, thank God he didn't kiss that stone, because imagine how much he'd talk if he did, right? But for me, I love communication influence. Everything in the world that you want, other people have. You want to get married, find your dream partner, it's another person. You want a promotion, it's another person. You want to make a sale, it's another person. Everything you want, other people have. Yet nobody's working on communication. I go into companies, I say, people are paying for the description of your products and services. Like when I buy a house, I don't buy the house. I buy the description of it, because I'm not living in the house yet. When I buy a product, I'm buying the description of it. So I say, what's the most important skill then? Everyone says, communication. Great. How much have you worked on your communication? 0. It's insane. Like, it's absolutely insane. You're wondering why you're not selling. You're wondering why your business isn't growing. It's because people don't know how to speak. They don't know how to move people with language. Right. And that's why you bring me in. I'll help you solve that. But at the end of the day, I can only shine the light. You have to walk the path. Yeah. That's the thing, right? But that's how we deal with influence. Let's understand that language moves people. And awareness, but you have to have the awareness for the language. Otherwise, you can just people go out and speak a script. It's not the same thing.
No,
you have to be able to feel it.
Okay. How do you drive high performance results?
A combination of point 1 and 2, Tim.
All right.
Simple as that. Let's
simple answer.
Get clear on what works and let go of what doesn't, and then master communication. All business is conversation. Let's figure out what we need to say and who we need to say it to. Higher value conversations with more influential people. It's just leverage. Like, how do we drive performance? We create leverage. We look for leveraged opportunities. We look for strategic partnerships. That's how we do it. Like, again, rocket science is just science to a rocket scientist.
Yeah, well, I was going to say it's not.
It's very simple.
It's highly logical, but it's not as obvious as I guess you would like it to be.
Thank God, it's good for me. It's good for business.
Well, it is. We're at an inflection point, aren't we? AI is coming. AI is here. AI is going to be more and more important to us all, and you can see some of where it's going. We were talking AI on the program this morning with the UAE University of AI in Abu Dhabi. Yeah. We don't quite know how it's going to pan out, but what's your advice to keeping ahead of the kind of AI curve, if you like?
I have 2 thoughts on AI. One, I think we have to lean in, right, and we have to learn to master it. For me, I've had a lot of avoidance behavior. That's, people say procrastination. I think that's way too nice. It's avoidance behavior. You don't procrastinate the gym, you avoid it. You don't procrastinate going to bed early, getting up early, you're avoiding it. Right, so avoidance behavior is the main thing. I was always avoiding everything from social, from Instagram, for YouTube, because I said, I'll do it the old-fashioned way. And I left a lot on the table. Now, people don't know me maybe as much as they should because I avoided it. So one decision I made with AI is I got to lean in this time. I don't want to be missing. This is our time. We have to use it, right? So I do believe everybody should learn more about AI, think of the application for themselves, especially if they're in business. That's my first thought. The second thing, I think the antidote to AI is for people, there's 2 sides. One, again, that creativity, that human spark we have, that can't be replicated. right? We have to, that's more reason why we have to get in alignment. More reason to find out what do we do best with the least amount of effort. That's, if you're in a process job, AI can do that. But if there's something in your life that requires your creativity, that's key, right? So leaning into where that spark is, that gift from God, I believe. And the last part then is discernment, being able to discern what's real and what's not. I think that's key. And unfortunately, that's where most people lack, because even they don't know how to discern the thoughts that are real, the emotions that they feel, the stories that they have, the habits that they have. That's, the work I do with people is finding out what's real and what's not. People have to start with the discernment with themselves first. Like, what do I believe? Like, what are some of the things I haven't questioned in a long time? Because if you don't question your mind, that's what leads to suffering. An unquestioned mind leads to suffering. You have to question your thoughts, question your beliefs. Most of your beliefs, even the word belief has the word lie in the middle of it. Did you ever notice that? Because most people think they believe something because it's true. It's not the case. You only think it's true because you believe it.
Well, that's very true.
Right? So that's the thing, can we discern what's real and what's not? And when it comes to AI, then we have to be able to discern. And that's getting harder and harder to do, because I listen to a lot of Alan Watts and Jim Rohn, and now all these clips that come up, they sound like Alan Watts, but they're not Alan Watts. And I have to discern what's real. So I only look at videos that are 5, 6 years old now, because anything in the last 6 months. So that's my thought. Lean into your creativity, find your spark. I think we all have it. That can't be replicated. We have to discern what's real and what's not. Our discernment is that's going to be, you have to sharpen that now. And then the last thing is, use it where you can and develop yourself with it. Because it's here already. It's not coming, it's here already.
Well, it is, absolutely. And if whenever we get quantum computers, that next leap, it's going to take an exponential
Skynet
leap
is
again.
becoming real.
Oh, I know. Well, that's always the worry, isn't it? But
it looks, you could say you're cynical, but the world is a dark place, unfortunately. And there's a lot of, unfortunately, and that's why I think we need to align with truth more than ever. Because if we don't lean into truth, we're leaning into the opposite, and I'm a believer we live in a duality. You can't have light without dark. You can't have hot without cold. You can't have up without down. So we have to accept, there's good and bad in everything. But we have to seek out the truth of everything. We have to seek out the light in everything. And I think that's our personal responsibility.
I had a feeling this would become a slightly more philosophical discussion this morning. When you walked in.
Apologies for that if that's not the direction for your audience.
No,
keep it real.
It's genuinely quite interesting. I wanted to ask you a couple of questions to finish off about leaders and leadership. I was going to ask you about leaders and AI, but you've kind of covered that.
Yeah.
But this is a really difficult question. I'm going to ask it anyway. How do you define a really strong, how do you find a great leader in your experience?
So I always talk about leadership is the what and the who. A great leader recognizes what has to be done and who's going to do it. If you're a leader who's kind of caught in the weeds doing everything, that's not really leadership, So also leadership is from the front. You have to lead from the front. You have to demonstrate. It's a word I use with leaders all the time. Like, do you demonstrate your leadership? A lot of leaders, unfortunately, they live off their title. You know what I mean?
I mean, that would. I bet you people listening to this are thinking, my boss is not a leader, but they are my leader.
Exactly, yeah. So
you're going to hear that.
Exceptional leadership is leading from the front. You can't push a wet noodle off a table. You got to lead from the front, right? So you'll remember now. It's a visual for you there. You can use it. I knew you'd like that one.
That's the best one yet.
Yeah. So great leadership. Again, it comes down to a leader needs to know what's true. A leader needs to be able to discern what's real and what's not. A leader needs to be able to identify what they know and what they don't yet know. Leadership need to be great with influence and communication. Most leaders, they end up trying to turn chickens into eagles.
Okay.
But what I think great leaders is sorting through the chickens to find the eagles.
Okay.
So otherwise you end up covered in chicken waste,
I'm
right?
with you.
So that's a big issue. You have to sort through. You don't need everyone. When I go to an annual conference, and I'm telling whether they're a group of franchisees or employees, and I'm saying, if you're not fully aligned here and fully empowered, you need to leave. And at first, the boss is always like shook. And I said, you don't want them. You don't need everybody. You need the right people here for your vision. And one of the main ingredients for a good leader is they have a big vision. They're visionaries. That's how you identify a great leader. A great leader will have a vision so big that other people's vision can fit within it, right? And that's why people join, whether it's Tesla or Apple or any of these big companies, or Google, why do people get involved? Because the vision is so big that their expression, their vision can fit inside it.
But it's not about liking them. per se,
No,
is it?
not really, but
it's not really about that. It's about understanding, or understanding as far as you can,
Yeah.
that vision, believing in it.
I think the values are key. It's like a personal relationship. I think the values have to align. So you mightn't like some of the traits of your leadership, but if they have the right, but if they do have the right values, you're more likely to like them because you see in them what you have in yourself.
Yeah.
So when you see someone you like them, it's because you think they have qualities that you have. Unconsciously, you don't think it consciously, but that's why you like them.
Yeah, that's
But if
fair.
people you don't like, it's because you think there's something, but probably you do have it too, but you're denying that part of yourself. So that's a deeper psychological insight that we can explore another time. But the most important thing, if you're going to follow someone, what are their values? Where are they going and why are they going there? Values are key. So that's what I think great leadership is. I do something called the law of leaders, great leadership. I love working with leaders. I think most people aren't leaders. They just have the title and they're not. A leader has to recognize that they don't know enough. And, they really have to. And that constant, really, discernment is very important, I think.
Well, humility is a quality lacking in a lot of leaders, I would guess, isn't it? But to be truly great, if you're going to lead a team, whether it's a business team or a country or, I don't know, a football team, whatever it is, humility would be, I guess, a quality that you need.
Some of my favorite clients, they're so successful, but they have so much humility.
Right.
That's what I love. It's so rare. But in life, that's what we want to see. We want someone, who's humble. And humility is just saying, I don't know yet. And that's a strength. That vulnerability is such a strength. And people hear it, but it's really a strength, when you can lean in. And that's what I do in all my programs, all my sessions. I say, I know this because I suffer as much as you do. I battle with all this stuff. That's how I know it so well. I've done this. So I think we have to own that. And I think once we do that, it brings people closer to us. And people are more likely to follow us when you acknowledge that you're flawed, because we're all deeply flawed.
Yeah.
So but if someone can acknowledge they're flawed, but they have a big vision and they're being visionary is saying yes first, figuring it out later. Realist wants to figure everything out and maybe say yes.
Okay.
You want to be a visionary. You want to say yes first and then figure it out. That's what visionaries do. They don't know how they're going to do it, but they know they're going to do it.
Final question for you.
Okay.
You've worked with lots and lots of different people, as we've kind of outlined, but how many great leaders have you seen? How long have you been doing this now? 20 odd years, yeah?
16 years, yeah.
16 years, okay. So how many truly great leaders, really inspiring characters have you worked with? In all honesty.
Question, but I reckon I could count on real.
Is it like a one hand
thing?
on one hand?
Yeah,
definitely.
Yeah.
I wondered about that.
Literally, yeah. And I mean, a lot of them have great qualities, but yeah, they're really. And again, one of the qualities I would say that stands out to me, maybe it's my personal bias, but when someone keeps their word. Because for me, that's a big issue in society today, especially in men, actually. Men want to be more masculine. And one of the most masculine things you can do is do what you say you'll do. And I think there's a real epidemic problem of that today, where people don't keep their word. It drives me bananas. I think when I see exceptional leaders, they're humble. They don't know what they don't know, and they acknowledge that. But they keep their word. They do what they say they'll do. They're not perfect. They're flawed. They make mistakes, but they do what they say they'll do. And for me, that's what makes truly great leaders. If you do what you say, if you follow through, if you stay committed, if you don't give up, and if you don't get talked out of it by somebody else, I think that's one of the main qualities, and I call it trust and adjust. You have to trust yourself to take the step, but you have to adjust. And great leaders adjust. They don't stop. They don't go back on their word. They stay with it, stay until the job's done. And they adjust as they need to, and for me, great leaders, they want to serve, they want to give back. For me to be more successful now at this stage of my life, the only way I can increase my success in all the different metrics is if I serve more people to a higher level. Because everything I do is relationship-based and it's result-based. So that's a kind of nice safety for me. It doesn't align with me to try and grow any other way. I can only grow through results and through acknowledgement of that I do what I say I'll do. And I think if everybody leaned into that, we'd have so much. And then if you lean into that, you know yourself. You don't want to convince anyone of anything then. So then you're just yourself. And we like people more when they're just themselves.
Yeah, that's very true. That word that we hear all the time at the moment, authenticity.
Authenticity.
Yeah, I know. I'm going to lean out of that for a second because I'm not going to keep my word. I said to you, final question. It's not my final question because you mentioned a word that people talk about and kind of bandy around willy-nilly for want of a better phrase, and it's success. And success is so many different things to so many different people.
Yeah.
I don't know how you define success, whether it's financial or my kids are not axe murderers, or there's a whole gamut there. How do you define success? Because you're working with people who want to be in quote marks successful.
Yeah.
Of course.
So there's a lot of different metrics, right? Like again, some of the obvious ones are the financial ones. That's a version of success. Having a healthy, vibrant, loving relationship is success. Having personal health and vitality is success. I'm going to come back. It sounds quite vague. I haven't figured out. I have some good phrases and good language, but I haven't figured out all the answers yet. But I do believe it's that alignment again. Like if you're moving towards the version of you, and that's what I think really success is. It's not what you get, it's who you become. Like everybody's focused on the having. We all want to have more, especially in Dubai, right? I want to have more money, have more income, have more holidays, have more stays, have more flights, have more. And if I asked you, what do you have to do to have more? What's the answer that comes to mind?
Well, the first one is clearly financial.
Yeah, but you have to get more financial. You have to,
work harder.
Do exactly. That's where everybody's thinking. That's why they won't have more, or they'll have a limited more. You have to become more.
Okay.
Because if you become more, the doing shifts. The doing becomes more effortless because you've become more. So it's like inertia. Things at rest tend to stay at rest unless moved by an outside force. The force needs to have mass or speed, velocity, force behind it, right? So if you're like you 25 years ago, it took a lot more energy to move the needle than it does now because you've become more. Not just done more, you've become more. Right?
My wife would argue with you,
but you see the principle, right? So everyone's focused on the having, and they think that the only way is to do more. So what do? They do more. Yeah. But if you focus on becoming more, what does that look like? Developing your mindset, which is 80% of it, and skills and strategy. If you become more, then what you do becomes more powerful, more potent, more focused. And then the having will become automatically, I call it the can't help it's. You can't help but have it. You can't help but succeed because you focus on becoming more. Then what you do is more efficient, more effective, moves the needle, more leveraged, and then you will have more. The money should be a byproduct of doing the right thing. The success is a byproduct of doing the right thing. Never chase the money. Become more valuable than the money. When you become more valuable, you can't stop the money. You can't stop the people finding you. You can't find the right people coming into your life. Everyone's chasing the wrong thing. That's why they're miserable. And that's why they need alcohol and drugs and shopping and eating and over-consuming. And then the world does a great job of giving it to you all day. So you're in distraction mode. You're asleep. You don't have awareness. You're in distraction mode. You keep consuming, thinking it's going to solve. It's not. If I can focus on the becoming, who am I? Where am I going? What do I want? What kind of life do I want? How do I serve? What are my skills? What are my gifts? If I do that, my doing will be from that truth. Now the having is just, I call it receiving mode. How much more beautiful is that? That's the key. That's the key. And the challenge is, Tim, no one's telling you this. You don't hear that on the radio today. No, you hear the ad for buy this, have that, go here, do that. Yeah. Because the world wants you as a consumer because then you need that. Whereas if you could become a producer and aligned and a leader of your own life, then you can have everything you want and more. That's success.
I think it's a big shift for people. I really do. I love the little mic drop there as well.
Has to be, because that's the truth. I'm very passionate about that, because I think the world keeps us in distraction mode and need mode because it wants us as a consumer. When you wake up fully, you don't need anything. You choose from your highest good and greatest joy. What do I want? And your wants go way down when you're fully aligned. The only time where our wants are high is when we're low on love, low on energy, low on acceptance, and we think all these external things will fill us up. But they don't fill us up. They're temporary.
I think you got another mic drop there. Just
okay,
let
you
one
can
go
drop
for
it for
a moment.
me.
I'm going to do it for you. Do you know what? I'm a little bit cynical with lots of this, but I have to say I've really enjoyed talking to you, Aidan, today. I have.
I appreciate that. Me too.
I feel like I've learned something. Aidan O'Brien is globally respected as a strategic advisor.
Can I drop in one little plug if this goes out before the weekend? Because I have my mastermind this weekend. Is that okay?
I'm very happy for you to do so.
It's in Atlantis to Royal on Friday and Saturday, 21st and 22nd. So it might be a bit last minute for people, but it's called Life and Business Mastery. Okay. And day one is Life Mastery, and it's all the stuff we just talked about here. And day two is Business Mastery, where we get into the high performance, the leadership, and the influence. Okay. So if anybody is interested, they can find me on Instagram at Aidan O'Brien Official, AIDAN. They can just send a message, and I will happily squeeze them in for this weekend. We're almost sold out, but we can definitely make some room for some of Tim's best listeners.
There you go. Well, you are the other Aidan O'Brien. Lots of people will Google you and find the racehorse trainer.
Excuse me, he is the other Aidan O'Brien. That's why my website is theaidenobrien.com.
I knew you'd correct me on that, and you did it so well. I'll give you that. You know what? Love talking to you, Aidan. Appreciate it.
Thanks so much, Tim. Really a pleasure. I really enjoyed it.
All the best for the weekend. Thank you for coming in. Aidan O'Brien here on Mira Business FM. Don't forget, you can find us on YouTube, across all the podcast platforms, on Instagram, on Facebook, there's a whole list. I'm not going to go into it now. But this is Mira Business FM.
Information. Mira Business FM. Business FM.
It's Mira Business FM. Good morning. This is the Morning Drive with me, Tim Elliott, and we're going to be talking real estate in a few moments' time. Don't forget, you could be watching us at mirabusiness.fm on the website, maybe with us on YouTube, or, all those other social media platforms. Who knows where you are, but you're welcome. info@mira.fm is the email address, and then whatsapp.mira.fm. No need of the number. You can contact us directly in the show. Subscribe, let us know how you feel. Give us a thumbs up. That's always appreciated. Very impressive result last night. We'll probably talk about that. We may be talking face furniture. We may also be talking a number of other things. Work sickness. Who knows? Because Mario Volpi is here. He's also good at talking about real estate. Mario, it's a pleasure to see you.
Good morning, Tim. How are you? You good?
Very well, thank you. Slightly better than you, I think. You were out late last night.
Yes, I've only had about 2.5 hours sleep.
Yeah, you look remarkably well, I have to say.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Good cream.
Yeah,
or creams.
Yeah, good moisturiser and great makeup lady outside.
Oh, I don't want makeup. There's no makeup.
I know. Mario is Senior VP Investment Advisory at Allegiance Real Estate, here to talk about real estate and real estate-related matters. I know, but there is a much more pressing and urgent matter because my guess is last night there was some mirth, merriment, and a great big dose of happiness.
Yes, a lot of mayhem as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, so Chelsea played Barcelona in the Champions League, and outside of the Premiership, where the rivalries are, Tottenham, Arsenal, and all the other London clubs, this is probably the biggest game. And I read somewhere that something like 750 million people were tuning in to watch the game last night. They weren't all at the BBC in Barsha Heights, I hasten to add, but certainly we were making a lot of noise, as Farage also alluded to.
So it was, so Liam Delap scored
Yep.
last night, which is a nice thing to see. But a 3-0 victory. That's impressive. I know it was at home, but still impressive.
It's still Barcelona. So what was also impressive, that we actually scored 3 other goals as well, but they were all disallowed. So we actually scored 6 goals on the evening. And there was a double yellow card for their captain. So some will say it was an easier game because they were down to 10 men. But no, it's still Barcelona. So
Well, if it's Barcelona, you could put 6 goals past them. I think that's an achievement, however you cut that up.
yeah, exactly. No, it was an amazing night, and we're now sort of kind of in the box seat for the qualification. We're standing 4th in the table. The first 8 automatically qualify.
I love this. This is ingrained in your brain.
I think I should have been a sports presenter.
You should have been a Chelsea presenter.
Yeah. So no, very happy. And of course, when I got home, I couldn't sleep, so I was scrolling and looking at the back pages of the press in the UK and all the memes and everything, and just everybody was all going. And I was watching the ones that saying that Chelsea's going to get annihilated, just like they did before the PSG game before. One guy said, Chelsea's going to lose. Call me a fool if they win. And I looked at all the comments. Everyone was falling at about 5,000. It was a great night.
You got to be careful when you make statements like that.
Yeah, exactly.
I know. It's very impressive. I don't stay up watching football late anymore because I'm up earlier in the mornings these days. But last week, my wife was up watching the Scotland qualification for the World Cup.
Yes.
Which is a remarkable...
That was against Denmark, wasn't it?
It was Denmark, and it was just this incredible performance from Scotland. And she's up before me in the morning. She's a teacher. But she, like you, couldn't sleep. She's scrolling, she's watching all the post-match interviews, but there's something about it. It kind of takes you over, that kind of tribal, this is my club, this is my country, whatever it is feeling. And it always interests me when you come in and there's been a Chelsea game on, because there's an added kind of smile on your face. Do you know it?
Listen, we don't always win, but, to beat Barcelona is one thing. Yes, we were at home, but it was an amazing night in Fulham, and I'm looking forward to the weekend because I'm actually going to be at the Arsenal game. So we've got the confidence. They're top of the league. We're only, we're 6 points behind. If we beat them, then we'll be 3 points. So it just makes it all nice and tight for the Christmas run-in.
A little early Christmas present if you
would be nice.
Get in. Who knows? Let's talk about real estate, because that's what really you're here to do. That's your expertise, your other expertise. And the glasses are on.
These are my Chelsea glasses in honour for anybody that's watching.
Oh, man, that's why we get you back back in every week. So there's a report out, Mario. This is a Savills report. There's some detail here. Dubai has overtaken a major global city to become the world's top place for the global elite. Congratulations, I think. It's good.
It's lovely. Yeah, this is a report that Dubai has been placed actually first amongst 30 cities worldwide for attracting high net worth individuals and surpassing other sort of powerhouse cities,
Right.
like New York and London. Dubai's rise reflects the Emirates' transformation into this global hub for wealth investment, and of course, as we all know, the lifestyle as well. Now, the main reasons for this is down to 4 factors. One is the favourable tax environment with no income, no capital gains tax, no inheritance taxes. Second thing is global connectivity. It's in a very strategic location, obviously, Dubai. I mean, I heard somewhere that sort of 3/4 of the world's major cities is all within like a 4-hour flying time. The lifestyle appeal is obviously a major draw with specifically safety. Dubai and Abu Dhabi are 2 of the most safest cities in the world, and access to these world-class amenities. And then lastly, the family infrastructure. This is obviously second to none, having rapid growth in international schools and healthcare. So given the number of global investors and these wealthy individuals that are relocating, Dubai is actually expected to attract more family offices, luxury developers and investment funds, obviously reinforcing this status as the capital of opportunity within the region.
The other thing with this is, high net worth individuals come in, starting businesses. That means lots of less high net worth individuals come in, so the population growth keeps up.
Yeah, I mean, it's the whole ecosystem, isn't it? It's very nice to have the millionaires come in, but it has to have everything else with it, and I think that's also why cities like London are suffering at the moment, because with Brexit some years ago, a lot of the European, dare I say, cheaper labour in restaurants, perhaps handymen, that kind of thing, all sort of disappeared. And now they're suffering for it, and I'm dreading the budget next week, to be honest with you.
We're going to be reporting on that here, I know. So look, next story. Let's move swiftly on to Property Finder. More stats, lots and lots of reports going out. There's no shortage, of course. The top 10 communities for the past month in both secondary and primary markets. And this is interesting, I think. Can you break it down for us?
Yeah, so for off-plan, there were 3 new entries into the top 10 that were not present in the September figures.
Right.
These are more the October figures. It was just last month. So we have Jebel Ali has come in at number 10. Number 9 is also a new entry. That's Al Barsha South 5. 8th is Al Barsha South 4. 7 is Trade Centre 2nd. 6 is Bukadra. Now that's an area definitely to keep an eye on. That's not far from the Maidan area.
Right.
5th is Dubai South. 4th is another new entry. That's Nad Al Shiba. 3rd is Palm Dira, or is actually more commonly known as Dubai Islands. 2nd is Business Bay. And moving up 1 place from September to number 1 is Dubai Investment Park.
Okay, so that's off plan. Any surprises in there? There's nothing that really stands out. It's just interesting to see, isn't it? You know what gets me above anything else, I have to say, is the number of locations and the distance between those locations. That we don't have this kind of freehold was one area anymore. It's spread everywhere.
Oh, it's definitely spreading out. For me, when I first started many moons ago, they were just known by their traditional names, and now, when Bukadra first came out, I thought, well, where's that? So I've never even heard of it. And so you have all these Alayalis 1, and you have to really check on the map exactly where that is. Oh, yeah, that's down that road there. Oh, I didn't know that was called that. So you have to double check, but not really. I mean, Dubai Investment Park perhaps as number 1, I think, potentially could be a bit of a surprise, but then it's not far from sort of Expo, it's not far from the Dubai South area, or indeed sort of Jebel Ali area. So perhaps people are looking, that's an established area, it's a mixed-use area, which has obviously residential, commercial, and indeed industrial as well. But all these areas are going to benefit in the next few years when the blue line comes in as well, which we'll talk about later.
Okay, so let's look at the top secondary market communities. Do you want to break them down? I should have got like a chart rundown music. Yeah, I know. I'm so sorry. I missed a trick there. What's number 10, secondary market?
Okay, so number 10, it's a new entry. That's Wadi Al Safa 3. That's in Dubai land. Also a new entry at 9 is MBR City, Mohammed bin Rashid City. At 8, it's Business Bay. 7th, Wadi Al Safa 5. 6th is Jebel Ali. 5th, we have Nad Al Sheba. 4th is Dubai Marina. 3rd, Burj Khalifa District or downtown. Right. 2nd is Al Barsha South. And the top spot, Al Barsha South 4. And the top spot goes to Palm Jumeirah.
Well, surprisingly, I suppose. Wadi Al Safa, that whole kind of area, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, that's around Arabian Ranches 3, Sustainable City, that kind of area. Wadi Al Safa 7 is Al Waha, Serena, that area.
Yeah, it's also not far from where Al Barari is,
Yes.
and that kind of area. So where the IMG World of Adventures is, where Global Village is. In fact, that area is also very much up and coming.
Well, it is as well. There's a few developments.
Not Al
there.
Barari, that's obviously quite established now, but sort of around it.
Kind of behind that, as you head down towards sort of Global Village, that certainly is. Global Village going great guns as well, hugely successful.
Do you know I've
again
never
for
been
another
to
season.
Global Village?
Oh, I'm
I've told you that before. I don't know. I think it's more driven by the fact that it's never appealed to my wife, and so we've never gone.
Okay.
But she's in the UK, so I might sneak a visit. But I've been here 17 years, and I've never been. People say it's great for food, great for trinkets, great for the kids, obviously.
Yeah.
And you get your steps in.
You really do get your steps in, but there's so I can't tell you how many food offerings there are. But it's one of these things. I used to think years ago, what on earth, this should not work. And I say that under advisement because when I went, I realised, how it does work. It's very hard to put it into words because there is so much stuff. That there are fun fairs, there are food things, there are stalls with, you could buy a great bowl to put hummus in, the Syrian stand, but it shouldn't work, but it really does work, and it's massive. You need to go.
I know, that's why I said you get your steps in.
It's not like it's going to rain.
No, absolutely.
I don't know where
Still,
that
I'm
came
sure
from.
there's a stall that will sell umbrellas for you there.
Well, there probably is. Yeah, sunshades, parasols. If there's not, if you're listening from Global Village, you can have that idea for free.
There you go.
So, the other thing I wanted to talk to you, and I forgot this at the beginning here, we were talking about people being sick at work, and you came out with what I can only describe as a revelation.
So off air, we were just talking about the fact that, I've been in real estate 41 years, and I found out actually that Tim has been in sort of radio, let's say, or DJing for 1 year longer. So I just thought I'd drop that one in.
DJing was I was at school, but to be fair,
so 42 years for you, and I was 41 years. Yeah. But I've never actually taken a voluntary day off sick in my entire career. So the other day, I went on to Google or ChatGPT just to see, if there is such a record. Now, Guinness World Records don't actually have a category for that as such. Well, according to the internet, they don't seem to find it. But
It'd
they
be
came
very
up.
hard to quantify.
Yeah,
it,
exactly, because the person could be lying. I mean, there'll be people saying, he's just saying that. I mean, just to clarify, I have been sick. Obviously, I'm not a robot, but I've always come into work. Okay. Whenever we felt not 100%, you pull the duvet back and I could do with a day off. Yes, we all could, but I always get my sorry body straight in.
Why is that though? What is it? Are you taking supplements that we don't know about? Is it
don't get me started on that?
Yeah. I'm not going to now. I will. Or does that come from your, I don't know, is that a family thing?
It definitely is a mindset thing. Yeah. I feel that sort of in my line of business, I'm not an island. I'm there to support people. It's whether it's from the reels, whether it's from the information I give out, shows like this, and I feel that I'd be letting the other people down. So even if you're not feeling 100%, and I seem to get ill at the weekends. I mean, I was ill on Sunday. I did the run, the Dubai run, or I call it the Dubai Shuffle, because there's so many people you don't run. And I felt queasy. Obviously, I had stomach problems or whatever. But I got in at 10:30 in the morning after finishing. I went to bed. I slept for nearly 2 hours, then I got up, did my work, and then I went back to bed. And that's just not like me at all. And then come Monday, I was okay. So I always tend to ruin my weekends rather than work days. But no, it is a mind thing, and I've never taken that to extreme. So.
And the only thing you have done is around COVID time, and in your defence, that's kind of a government directive that you weren't allowed to go to work. So that's
and even that, I was only ill, if you like, or didn't feel great for 2 days. I mean, my wife suffered badly when she got COVID. It was like 2 weeks, but mine was 2 days. But anyway, going back to the internet, I checked. There's a guy apparently who purports to have been working for 50 years and never taken a day off sick. And the second person was 36. So technically, if I'm to be believed, I'm like the second in the world. But who knows? There's probably hundreds and hundreds of others out there who's done the same.
I mean, I don't doubt you. But just think, in 9 years' time, you could, overtake him, assuming he's retired. I mean, this crown, Mario, could be yours.
Well, who knows?
Yeah.
Keep taking those vitamins.
We'll host the coronation on air here and put it on YouTube for you for free. Look, you touched on a few numbers for Dubai Land just now. Those are numbers that are going to grow. You kind of pointed towards Dubai Land, Wadi Al Safa, those Wadi Al Safa areas as being areas. Given the number of projects that have recently launched, and you're starting to see these crop up now, aren't you, as you drive down towards Global Village, just how popular is Dubai Land coming? Finally, because, we've talked about Dubai Land for 20-odd years. Really.
Yeah, no, I mean, Dubai Land, for me, was that structure. Do you remember that structure that sort of had Dubai Land?
There was an astronaut on it, and a car and a roller coaster.
A guy on a motorbike. So that was. I mean, originally it was supposed to be like a theme park, wasn't it?
That's right.
I guess so yes, it's always been sort of in the background, and it really is only in the last 5 years. So I mean, it's extremely popular now. In fact, from the period of 2019 to 2024, so that 5-year period. The Dubai Land has actually gone up by over 400%. So anybody that had, sort of units there or land there has seen tremendous growth. Now, this increase, I actually put it down to the population growth, which is actually projected to increase to 5.8 million by 2040. And of course, the area's infrastructure spending as well. It's got bold regulatory reforms, and the number of, as you just said, the projects that are launched in recent years is adding to this popularity. Because people are then looking for other areas to invest in.
Sure.
Rather than just the usual suspects, as it were. Now, Dubai Land is home to lots of building plots, and the price of land has obviously increased dramatically over the last few years. But it's very attractive for high-profile developers, and even attracting the largest developer in the UAE, which is Aldar from Abu Dhabi. Aldar is actually bigger than Emaar, at least I think I'm right in saying that. And they've got some big plots, villa plots and townhouse plots, and they're developing all that in Dubai Land.
I lived in Arabella for a few years, and that has expanded, and that's kind of encroached on all these different areas. So that whole kind of, there's a huge swathe of land which has been added to there. But it's that figure, 400%, and that's really kind of that area and a little bit further outside. It's actually 403.6%.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of rounded it down, but yeah, sure. 403.6 it's a lot. Look, 5 years 1 year is a long time in Dubai. Yes. So when you look at sort of 5 years, that growth, yes, in any other city or place in the world would be, headline news rather than just a comment between friends, as it were. So, no, it is huge and a testimony to what Dubai is achieving, and that's also why these investors are coming here. The ones that want rapid growth, they're certainly getting it from the figures that are coming out.
Couple of questions coming in. There's no name on this one, and we'll go back to Barsha South, which you mentioned a little bit earlier on. I'm planning to buy in Barsha South, this person says. Okay. What's the one thing I should check about the developer to feel safe about my investment? I mean, due diligence, read? Yeah,
I mean, look, that question I think would be more pertinent years and years and years ago when, of course, the reputation of the developer, what they've finished, what they've delivered, would come into play.
Yeah.
Now, of course, all those things are still important today, but what has changed since I was first here in Dubai is the fact that we have the escrow law now. So no developer can start selling, unless they've got the escrow account set up, where the money then goes into the escrow and is not touched. I mean, when you think back prior to 2008, I mean, this will shock the listeners, and I've said it so many times. Forgive me if I have actually said this before. Developers were allowed to sell, let's say, an apartment in a tower that hadn't even begun construction yet, on a land that the developer didn't even own. So, of course, all land is owned by the government, so there is that side to it, but with no protection at that point. So when obviously the financial crash happened, no wonder developers sort of ran away with pretty much no redress if they weren't reachable, as it were. Whereas now, I mean, this listener doesn't really have to worry at all. There might be delays, procedural delays, but even a developer can be 12 months delayed without having any legal redress. Beyond that, I would always say check what the sale and purchase agreement says, the SPA, because it then gives the steps exactly what would happen if indeed the developer is delayed. Yesterday I was with a developer who prides himself, or themselves should I say, on delivering early. But I did mention that that also is a negative for some people, because you budget for the payment plan, and if now all of a sudden the actual project is early, you've got to cough up. But they said, no worries, we'll deliver it early. If you have the money, great, we'll take it. If you don't, it's okay. It's ready for you when you have the money as per the payment plan. So they covered that nicely. But yes, do your due diligence. Check out what the developer has done. Nowadays there are, in fact, I heard the other day there's well over 3,000 developers in Dubai, and I mean, that's a huge sum.
3,000?
Yes, 3,000. I mean, I thought there was enough real estate agents. I mean, they're probably into the sort of 70, 80, 100,000 real estate agencies. So agencies are actually around 7,000, 8,000. But yeah, more than double of that.
Staggering. Every time you come out with a stat, I'm staggered. You're going to like this, by the way. Carl here.
Oh.
Missed the last episode. I was out buying a gift for my girlfriend. She listened, told me I was mentioned. Carl says, Mario, I don't have a question, but nice glasses.
Yeah, these are the second coming of these ones, and it's all to do with Chelsea. My Chelsea blue glasses, outrageous as they are, I wore them for Carl. There you go.
Oh, Carl, I'm so pleased. Thank you for texting. Here's another question for you. I'm renting right now, and my landlord just raised my rent a lot. So I think when somebody says a lot, this is hurting. What's the maximum amount my landlord is legally allowed to increase the rent by, and what should I do if I think they've gone too high?
So, yeah, legally, a landlord can only raise a rent by a maximum of 20% per year. That's as per Decree 43 of 2013. Having said that, it is as per the Smart Rental Index that will determine how much rent the landlord can actually put up. So, and that's also determined about factors like the size of the property, where it is, but more importantly, they've introduced this grading system where buildings are now graded from 1-star to 5-star, depending on facilities, amenities, and quality of materials as well. It's all well and good when a building is brand new and shiny, but does it stand 50-degree heats, over the years, or the cracks, this kind of thing. Yeah. So my suggestion would be, I mean, obviously this person doesn't talk about the actual amount. A lot is very undetermined. I mean, a lot to you might not be to me, and vice versa. But obviously, it must be hurting. So check the Smart Rental Index. You can put in your dates as to when your renewal is, and it will tell you by how much the landlord is legally entitled to raise the rent by. If however the amount is higher than what the Smart Index is stating, then she can go back to the landlord and say that that's illegal and not allowed, and she can go to the rent committee if he insists. But there's one other point I want to just quickly add, is that irrespective of whatever the landlord wants, or indeed what the rent or the rental index states, if the landlord has not communicated a change in the contract at least 90 days prior to the expiry date, then no changes can happen anyway. So technically speaking, if he's given you 89 days notice and not 90, you could stand up and say that it doesn't matter, it's going to be the same as the year before. He won't like that, or they won't like that, and obviously that you might have to go to the rent committee. But as per the law, there has to be 90 days for any changes, not just rental increases.
Well, that's interesting, isn't it? Because in theory, in that case, if a rent increase isn't communicated within that 90, at least 90 days, you effectively could go on the final day with your rent checks to the rent committee and place
correct.
the checks with them, and they would renew it for you, in theory.
Absolutely, yeah. And I know RERA used to have that system. I don't know whether they still do, but I'm sure that the rent committee will do it, because that's as per the law, yeah.
Okay, another question for you. Let me just bring this up. This is Mamoon. With the high cost of living right now, not sure if I should keep renting or maybe finally try to buy. Mario, for someone who plans to stay in Dubai for at least 5 years, I said 2 years.
I said 3, yeah.
Yeah, I know. Good luck with that, Mamoon. We'll be talking to you in 22 years' time. But if you're going to stay for a while, what's the simple financial calculation or maybe rule of thumb I should use right now to decide? Is there, I mean, it's very much circumstance-based, but what would you say?
It is. Look, I have to say that, and this might sort of show me out as being someone, I won't describe it, but people have words for it. I've bought properties here myself.
Now I'm really intrigued.
Yeah,
I want to know what you're saying.
A charlatan, there you go. Coming on here, telling everybody buy properties, and you, I rent.
Yes, okay.
But I've bought properties here in Dubai. I've sold investments. I've sold, that kind of thing. But I've never bought to live in it, because I always had the need for a bigger place, and I wanted to put my money in slightly different ways. So I feel okay that I can still come here and tell people to buy properties, because I did do that.
No, that's fair. I mean, the thing is, your experience is 20 times more than most of us, let's face it. So it's perfectly legitimate. And, the fact is, you're pretty transparent about, the things, why you do the things you do.
So for me, I rented because it was always the flexibility. Yes, it gets better. I think every year gets better in the sense that legislation comes in and you're able to negotiate with your landlord perhaps better, and it also depends on the sort of business relationship that you have with the landlord. So I say that again tongue in cheek a little bit, because I'm not sure, some landlords and tenants, they don't get on at all, and therefore it's a nightmare for them. However, I rented because of the flexibility. I would say have a strong look at your circumstances, and if you do feel that you are going to be here at least 3 years, so obviously this gentleman is saying 5 years, then it does make sense to buy, especially if we look back over the last 5 years, how prices have increased. Therefore, the capital appreciation on all properties in Dubai. I mean, there's not one property that hasn't increased in value exponentially. So, but if you're buying to live in, that is the reason why you're buying. So, of course, it's an investment, and it always will be an investment, but it's a home first and foremost.
Yeah.
And so if you're buying for that reason, in some respects, it doesn't matter whether you're buying in a rising market, a downward market, because you're buying for a roof over your head and that stability. And, of course, if you can afford it and you have a stable job and you're not sort of moving around too much, because that could have an effect on your mortgage finance once that's locked in, as it were. But yeah, it's a formula. I mean, there isn't necessarily a formula in my eyes. It's just work out your figures. Can you afford the 20% down payment if it's a secondary market property? Can you get that 80% loan to value? Shop around. There's talk of interest rates, potentially the Fed maybe dropping interest rates again. Who knows? If it does, then obviously the Central Bank of the UAE will follow suit. I mean, literally, the person's got his finger on the button. The minute the Fed announced, he's pressed the button, and and they followed suit.
Historically, that's
So with things hopefully getting better on the sort of loan front potentially, if they're looking to buy an off-plan property, then check out the payment plan, obviously, but more importantly, can you afford the staged repayments? If you can't, then those are the investors that buy. When I say that you can't, I mean if they have no intention to get to the completion stage, and historically the value of the property increases the most from the point of sale in an off-plan to when it's handed over. That's typically the growth cycle. Then, of course, if the market continues to rise, but it then follows into a secondary market sort of statistic. So I would definitely say if all of those things are in positive territory, don't hesitate, because you will look back and you will regret saying, yeah, I wish I'd pulled the trigger then, I wish I'd done that. But more importantly, once you've done it, don't overthink it. Don't keep looking and think, oh, maybe I should have bought this, maybe I should have bought that. If it's fit for purpose, if the location is right for you, if it's near to the schools, near to your work, if you like it, obviously, if it's the right size, if you're a growing family, you can grow within it, just do it. Don't, I have these buyers who every 5 minutes is saying, yeah, that's good. You've given them all the information. And then, sort of a day later, well, what about this one? And what about this one? And in the end, they just confuse themselves because there's so much availability. I mean, we're getting so many developers coming to the office wanting to do proposals, wanting to do presentations. As I said, we had one yesterday, and it's just mind-blowing, the information that some of these, or should I say all these off-plan brokers need to have. And half the time, I don't even have the time to even sell these things, because they're forever going to these launches. I was telling you off air about the one in Abu Dhabi and how they're all entertainment centers now. It's gone are the days of the model. Now there's stars, there's Bollywood stars, there's actors, there's comedians, there's magicians, there's illusionists, there's all sorts coming to entertain the masses.
I love the story you came out with the other day. You were at a launch and out came Bryan Adams, as in Bryan Adams, the Canadian rock star.
Yes, and the reason I say he popped out is because it wasn't actually announced at all. It wasn't come to this launch and meet Bryan Adams. He just popped out, and he sang his best songs. Obviously, I'm a bit of an old timer, so I knew most of the songs. And
so he didn't just come out; he actually came out and played.
No, he was on stage.
Did like an
with
acoustic set.
No, absolutely. He was booked by the developer. I'm trying to think who it was now.
Well, he was in town. They did a show. He did a show, didn't he? But this was obviously
I don't know whether it was
side hustle.
I don't know whether it was earlier this year. It may have been last year.
Okay.
My memory's a little bit fuzzy. I've only had 2.5 hours sleep. But that was the weird thing. I was with, I know who it was. Yeah, it was Ellington. That's right. It was Ellington, because I was talking to the CEO, and he said, he sort of gave me a little wink. He said, stick around. We've got a surprise for everyone. And then, as I say, ladies and gentlemen, welcome on stage, Bryan Adams. I was thinking, oh my God.
These are the things that may help you to stand out. So, I mean, more power to them, really.
Yeah.
Also, Bryan Adams, a famous Chelsea resident, and has been seen at Stamford Bridge.
Oh, that I didn't know. Yeah. We got lots of stars. And Madness, of course, were in town last weekend. Yes. And they're big Chelsea fans as well.
Well, somebody has to be. So, there you go. Look, let's move on to... Oh, no, wait a minute. There's, I think there was another message just came up. Yes, there is. Hold on a second. So, Mamoon, hopefully that helped there, Mario's advice there. I'm not sure if this is related to the discussion, but hoping you can help me. My bank is advertising a really low interest rate, but I haven't done the pre-approval yet. If I rush and start viewing properties before getting pre-approved, what's the most common problem I'm going to run into that could cost me the apartment that this person's looking at?
Okay, well, I mean, the straight answer is you wouldn't go to, let's say, a mall without your phone, because you've got Apple Pay on it now and Google Pay, no doubt, or whatever. Okay. And you wouldn't leave without your wallet. Unless if you were intending to buy.
Unless you're my wife and you've lost it. But that's different.
That sounds like a conversation we need to have.
I'm going to get it in the neck later.
What I'm trying to say is that if you have every intention to want to buy, then get pre-approved.
Right.
If, however, this person is only interested to dip the toe in, have a look, get an understanding, then by all means go out and view properties to see if what you're hoping for is exactly out there or potentially could be out there. Also know exactly how much you can afford. So a conversation with either the relationship manager at the bank or indeed your mortgage broker to have an understanding what you could spend based on your deposit and savings and, of course, whatever loan, or indeed if you have the cash in the bank. So this person won't necessarily be taken seriously for sure by the owner. If they see something, they want to make an offer, and they do state that they would be buying with a mortgage, the first question they will ask is, are you pre-approved? And so even if they do want to make an offer on a property, it won't be taken seriously because the owner will just turn around and say, look, once you're pre-approved, come back if it's still available. So rather than have that heartache of, going out potentially with no intention of buying there and then you see something, you fall in love with it, and then it's a mad rush to try and get pre-approval doesn't take too long anyway, but the idea really is to shop around. By all means, go to your bank. That's the first port of call you should do. Yeah. But then go to a mortgage broker and say, look, I've been with this bank for so many years. Is that the best one at the moment for mortgage finance? For years and years and years, my bank was rubbish for mortgage finance. And then all of a sudden, it decided it was a sector that it wanted to really press upon, and then became the number one, and has been for many, many years, as it were. So it comes and goes. It doesn't have to be your bank. Whatever's out there, shop around and don't give yourself grief. I mean, this story actually likens me. When I first got a dog, I went to my wife wanted to go to Battersea Dogs Home, right? To have a look at some dogs. I said, I don't want to go. And she goes, no, let's just go and have a look. Of course, you go there and you fall in love with lots of them, and you end up walking out with one. So if you've made the decision to buy, 100% get pre-approved. If you're just looking, it's fine without the pre-approval.
All right then, there you go. So think of it as though you're, try not to be, too, I suppose, overzealous, but think of it in dog terms.
Yes.
There you are, in dog years, perhaps. Let's take a look at the new Blue Line Metro. You mentioned it right at the start of the show. What communities are going to benefit from the new Metro line? Who's going to win in this?
Well, I mean, we talked about Dubai Land earlier, and I think the Blue Line is definitely going to improve the fortunes of Dubai Land. But there's an area within Dubai Land called DLRC, or Dubai Land Residence Complex, and this is an area that you'll start to hear more and more about. Now, this previously sat just outside the city's core, with properties there offering obviously space, value, and access to some major road networks, as it were.
Yeah.
But with this Blue Line now sort of marching on, I think they're beyond 10% completed. This location is now one of the most closely watched mid-market communities, making it even more accessible, still affordable, and potentially with obviously future uplifts. So,
where is DLRC, Dubai Land Residence Complex? I mean, geographically, where's near? Where's the landmark? Could you point to that?
Well, I mean, again, it's not far from where sort of Global Village and IMG is. It's that sort of central Dubai Land area. Right. So yeah, it's there.
Okay. So the Blue Line, 14 stations, I think?
Yeah, it's going to link several stations, DLRC with Dubai Silicon Oasis, Academic City, Dubai Festival City, Dubai Creek Harbour, Business Bay, and DXB. Now, of course, when it opens and it's linked with DXB, I think DXB will have just 3, 4, 5 years left before it then goes to Maktoum International. But even so, DXB will not disappear. It'll still be an airport, but it'll be raised to be seen who's actually going to be flying from there, or whether it becomes a cargo one. But yeah, DXB is part of it as well. And of course, like I said, the key to these investors are the ones who get in early. So this area hasn't got it yet. And for sure, when the infrastructure is there, the uplift. It's a bit like me saying to you, go and buy in Ras Al Khaimah. I hear there's going to be a casino. You know, anybody that then got on board on the back of that is laughing all the way to the bank now. Whereas now, you know, a lot of the meat is already on the bone. There's still meat to be added. There's going to be more casinos in Iraq. They've got it for 5 years. The infrastructure is there. In fact, the whole area. And what with flying taxis, you can get to Iraq in sort of 45 minutes or whatever it is, half an hour. Major roads are improving there too. So all I'm saying is there's always new things coming. But the majority of those first responders, as I call them, will be happy, and the rest are just licking their wounds, hoping that they did it earlier.
I like some of your phrases, Mario. I do. But at the moment, I mean, DLRC pretty reasonably priced. So you know, as you say, if there's a time to jump in.
Yeah,
it's now.
I mean, it's currently sitting around 1,000 dirhams a foot, and when you think about how a lot of these developers are launching, for example, Dubai Islands, you know, they're between 2,500 to even 3,000 a foot. So 1,000 dirhams a foot is really, really cheap. So you can imagine that when they will start to develop that further with new projects, that's where your uplift is going to be. And of course, for investors, the sort of rental yields there are between sort of 7 and 8% as well, which is kind of the norm for Dubai anyway. So yeah, even good for those that want to just hold on and rent out for the long term. So then you get rental yield as well as capital appreciation.
Okay, here's another question for you. And we were kind of almost on theme parks there for a moment, but we are going to be on theme parks now. I'm just looking ahead. When Disneyland opens in Abu Dhabi, do you think rent in nearby areas will increase? I would think perhaps Mario's the expert. What should I do now to make me safe from the increase? I guess this person's renting now. I'm not. I imagine.
Yeah. I was thinking. I don't understand the question, but well, buy would be my advice. Look, it is without a doubt. You've got a global brand. I mean, you don't get bigger than Disney.
No.
And with that comes Universal Studios. It comes all the bells and whistles, all the sort of the Marvel characters. I know, obviously, you do have Warner Brothers World there as well. But when Disney announced that they were coming to the UAE, which is their 7th resort outside of America, it's a game changer. It's a stamp in the credibility of the Emirates for a start. And I think for Abu Dhabi as well, when the Grand Prix was first launched in 2009, if I remember rightly, it's become the flagship. Apart from maybe Monte Carlo, is the season closer, and especially now this year that the actual championship is quite tight. So all these sort of facilities and amenities and amusements that you can go to will of course add to the entertainment factor of Yas. Now, Yas is an entertainment destination. You've got golf as well as the mall, and you have also concerts and everything there. So if this person is renting in Yas, you know, he's going to have to pay a lot. So that's why I'm thinking, look, there's still a bit of time before they probably start to even start digging, as it were, and definitely be some years before it's actually finished. So I think that there's time. Save for that deposit and buy, and you won't look back.
Well, there's no name on this. This person writes back and says, whatever you say, I'm going to ask my landlord to write it in the next contract. I mean, I suppose, and I mean, that's, you know, you laugh, don't you? But you could, in some cases, turn around and say, well, look, I'd like to stay for 3 years. What would you do me for 3 years? It's
no, absolutely. Look, whatever the law states is there in the main to protect the tenant.
Yeah.
So commercial leases, for example, are 3 years, 5 years. You have these hotel companies that take up residences in buildings for 10, 12, even up to 15 years at a time. So these are long-term businesses. There is nothing stopping a tenant from negotiating with a landlord for a fixed term of beyond the 1 year tenancy, let's put it that way. However, because rental rates have been rising over many years now, you're going to find it quite hard, unless you are, dare I say, perhaps even overpaying now, to factor in future years. It's a hedge, isn't it, at the end of the day?
It is, yeah, exactly.
It could be in your benefit to have a 3-year lease, or actually it might not be. But then if it's not, assuming you have a get-out clause and a penalty clause to pay to get out, then you could just get out of it. So most landlords probably would not want to actually entertain that. They just want a 1 year's tenancy, which obviously is renewable. I get that, but they always have that flexibility of giving the 12 months notice, subject to 4 different reasons, assuming that the person is a good tenant and doesn't do all the other things that a landlord can also get you out on. Apart from the 12 months notice.
So many variables. I wanted to talk to you about something. I know you've covered this on your podcast. The rise of American investors in the region was something we talked about, but to compare New York against Dubai. But time-wise, we've not got time to do that. So we'll save that for a couple of weeks' time, Mary, because I think that's quite interesting. But a couple of things this week. We'll just quickly look at this. Dubai land plot sells for 1.27 billion dirhams. Property deals, I was amazed at this. Property deals topping 6.2 billion in a day. That's the size of the market. And it's only then, I mean, there is a lot going on. I know that. I don't know where everything is. I can't keep up with it. Yeah. I'd say that. And I know you kind of echo those sentiments. And I feel so much better because you're in this market.
Yeah.
But it's figures like that make me realise how huge the opportunity is for developers and I guess for buyers as well. But 6.2 billion dirhams in a day.
I know, that's a huge sum. And also the size of that plot is massive. I think it was 4 million square feet, if I remember rightly.
That's right. Yeah.
So that's not a backyard. That's a mega project. Like a little city, as it were.
It was Yalayis 1.
Yeah, there we go.
According to
our famous area again, Yalayis.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that was according to Dubai Rest. But I just thought that was worth mentioning because it really puts it in context, doesn't it?
But then you also have these record-breaking numbers as well. There was a penthouse recently as well that was sold for huge mega millions as well in dollars or dirhams. I can't even remember how much it was now in downtown. So the fact is that when those fall into those daily numbers as well, obviously they boost them.
Yeah.
But they're not a one-off. They're an occurring theme day in, day out.
That's exactly the thing. You think, that's going to be skewed by this, but actually, if you look at a graph, it's not that kind of spike there. It's reasonably steady. I don't know if you were referring to this. We've got a minute here. Dubai's
Salara.
luxury market. That's right, Salara Tower.
Yeah.
So that was 174 million dirhams. So that's just shy of $50 million.
I mean, it was a triplex. It's a development by Sol. It's amazing. However, still under construction. I mean,
It's just huge. But one thing we do know is it's in demand.
Yeah.
Let's put it that way. Mario Volpi is Senior VP for Investment Advisory at Allegiance Real Estate. Not here next week, I know that. You're going back to
London over the Eid holidays. So.
Is that just so you can wear blue clothing?
Yes.
Good.
And I will be going to the Arsenal game, so let's hope that our confidence kicks in and we clip their wings a bit for the sake of the whole of the Premier League table.
Knock them off the perch.
Well, unfortunately, they'll still be on top even if we win, but
at least
it will narrow the gap and it'll send a message out that they are beating.
Lob a few stones in that direction. That's the thing.
Let's not incite violence here.
That's never happened in football, is it?
Of course not.
No, of course not. Mario, always good to talk to you.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Mario Volpi here at Mira Business FM.
You're listening to Mira Business FM. FM.
Mira Business FM talking fashion now on the morning drive, and I'm joined by two partners. Firididi and Javeria Dean are the founders of Azzi Atelier, which is a fashion house, brand, label founded in Dubai. They're best friends, and they're here. Fira, nice to see you.
Nice to see you too.
Javeria, good to have you here.
Lovely to see you.
Thank you for joining us. Now, look, your label began as a personal hobby between two friends. I'm going to start with you, Fira, actually. The name is a blend of the initials of your children. So tell me the story.
So it's very interesting. When Javeria and I started, we were thinking of names that would be short yet catchy and could resonate with our brand and what we were going for. And we had a lot of names in mind, I remember. And then we just came up that our kids are something that our life revolves around. And that's what we decided. So Azzi Atelier is A and A, which are my kids' names, Ali and Elena. And Azzi, which is the name of the brand, represents Javeria's kids' name, which are Amal, Zoya, and Iman. And that's how Azzi began.
It's a heartwarming way to start, and it's nice to hear, and it's a nice thing to see the way you two interact together. And I know that from talking to you briefly just now, Fira, you are kind of the hard-headed business brain.
Absolutely.
Here, aren't you? I like the absolutely. That's affirmative. But Javeria, you are kind of the creative behind this. You're the artistic person, aren't you?
Yes, I design the stuff. I think, like literally, I'm just walking in thinking, what can I do next?
Really?
How can I dress this person? How can I do this? And then looking at nature mostly. Colors fascinate me a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Anywhere I see colors, I get very excited.
And it sparks something.
Yes.
Yeah, well, it's funny actually because when we sort of booked and nailed this interview down, I was thinking, right, okay, so that's tomorrow morning, that's fine. And I couldn't help myself but think I'd better get an outfit that at least coordinates, because I am probably the least fashion conscious person on earth. So I'm feeling a little bit under the cosh here. The thing is this, it's one thing to like fashion, to enjoy fashion, and to be part of a fashionable culture. And it's another thing to dream about your own brand and to have to learn the business side of fashion, or to move into that, to turn it into something. Sourcing to production, to marketing, to design, to scaling. How steep a learning curve was that, Fira, for you?
It's been a very, very interesting journey for us. We both had a knack for dressing up, and as a hobby, we used to design. And we used to get a lot of compliments from our friends and family around us. And that was, our way of that probably God was creating for us. And we did actually end up making a team for the last 7 years that works with us very closely. Learning curve, when you get into the nitty gritty, the fashion market is so interesting because what Javeria creates is a niche. We do follow contemporary women, but we want to make an exclusive product for the women of today who wears timeless chic. And we want to provide the empowered women of today who does not have the time or the necessarily, the taste to go and style themselves. And we bring styling and a range of fine outfit together.
Okay.
The marketing is a whole another beast that when we got into the business that we had to learn how things work into PR, how work things into marketing, meta. It's a beast, and it's a big learning curve still today. Every day the trends change, every day fashion changes, Instagram changes, meta changes, and you have to constantly be on your game to research how you're going to move forward and what's the correct strategy for your brand.
Well, this is the thing with the fashion industry, isn't it? It's such a dynamic industry.
Absolutely.
And it really does. It's funny when you look, it used to be in the 70s, it was flares. In the late 70s, it was drain pipe trousers, for example, but it was one specific look. But there are so many specific looks now that work and work in different ways. And then there's street fashion and there's haute couture. And I find it fascinating. You said something earlier, Fira, just before we came on air, and it was how you work on seasons and the way that you're able to put specific outfits together. You release a season of outfits, and that you can easily mix and match Javeria. Is that how it
Yes,
works?
yeah. It's called a capsule collection, and
That's
Javeria
what it
will,
was,
yeah,
yeah,
and
yeah.
Javeria will take forward the designing part and how she
So
mixes
with
it.
designing, I thought like, we have so many clothes in our cupboard.
Yep.
Still, we are struggling with what we're gonna wear.
Well, this is the thing.
That's
so
the thing,
ability
so-
to put things together
Yes.
is a skill in of
So
itself.
I try to give a complete look. That was my key for designing an outfit, is to
Right.
give a complete look. And mostly I design to be, the women should feel comfortable in what they are wearing.
Yeah, yeah.
Nothing like something is dripping, something is doing like this. I don't personally, I don't like, and I don't want to make something the the person who's wearing is struggling with the
I
outfit.
mean, I'm looking at what you're wearing now. Fira, you're in a reasonably sort of classic, fairly loose-fitting suit. Looks very comfortable, and you're in a slightly different outfit. Similar muted colours, I have to say as well. I noticed that. But is there an element of not just comfort and, I guess, modesty, because we're in a region where modesty is an important thing, but it also looks to me as though it's comfort from a climate perspective as well, in that things are loose and, air can move and that will keep you cooler. Is that part of it
Yes,
too?
fabric. Fabric
Yeah.
is the key of our brand.
Right.
I have to use pure fabric, nothing synthetic, nothing polyester. I want to
Okay.
have pure. Every material has to be pure.
Okay, so
That's it.
that's cottons and silks and
Cotton, silks,
Pure
linen,
linens,
pure
yeah.
lilens,
okay.
pure organzas.
Okay. Was it easy or easier to start this in the UAE? I mean, obviously you live here, but your backgrounds are both outside of the UAE. You've known each other as neighbours here, is that right?
Yes.
Right. Okay. So what was it like starting up a fashion brand here in the UAE? Because you come at this literally from nothing, literally from an idea.
Yes.
The germination of a seed, if you like. Fira, how did that go for you?
It was great. It started like a hobby. It was a passion project for us,
Right.
as I mentioned earlier, and it just culminated into something beautiful. And it just keeps on growing and growing, and we're just trying to see that where it lands us. We had a vision that if we do this and if we do create something from scratch, it will be a brand that will resonate with people who can relate to it. So when Javeria dresses up or I dresses up, Ozzy is a piece of us. When you wear Ozzy, you see it, you know what you're going to look like. You're going to feel enduring. You're going to feel comfortable. You're going to feel confident. You're going to feel like the woman of today. And that was our thought behind it. And it was an interesting experience creating this from scratch. We, as I said earlier, when we did it for fun and for passion, we did have a team that worked with us and which ended up becoming our team that works with us now. So, yeah.
How does that work from having the idea, having the taste to do it, and the mentality to decide, right, I'm going to take this forward as a business. I've got my creative partner, I've got my business head. Where do you start when it comes to just putting garments together, manufacturing garments? How does that work? Fira, sorry, or Javeria?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's just,
Go on.
it is very difficult to procure pure material here.
Okay.
It was hard for us to find the vendors who give us pure material and everything. Everywhere we went, it's just like, just buy this one. This is cheaper. Get this one. And we're just like, no, we don't want this one. We want pure material. So that was the hardest one. Then finding the right, actually the main thing was making a team to make a product for us,
Okay.
to find the right people. We did try, we did try with a lot of people here and there, and then eventually, finally, after a lot of struggle, we found a good team now.
Okay, so that
we
team
have
is all
that.
here in the UAE.
Yes,
Absolutely.
everything is in UAE.
Okay,
Our
and-
production house is in UAE. Everything is.
So you have a
And it's-
production facility
Yes.
here in the UAE? Okay, so you're able to, I mean, the one thing I've noticed so far in particular is that you're both single-minded about your approach to this business.
Yes.
Which obviously you have to be, but you're very particular about the product that you're trying to put together.
It's very frustrating. In the beginning, it was too much frustrating to get the right stuff to make the right product.
Okay.
But then eventually, everything comes up.
But now you've got there and
Together.
things are working. Okay, so you're manufacturing here in the UAE. What have you grown into? How do you, Fira, let me ask you this from a, I guess, the business marketing perspective. How do you describe your clothes when you're talking to clients or prospective partners, for example? How do you describe the clothes, the brand? because you kind of label yourself on your website as a distinctive fashion house that speaks not only to style but to purpose. But how do you put that across to people day to day?
So when I describe Ozzy to my potential client, I tell them what Ozzy is. Ozzy is a niche, contemporary, modest wear for women
Okay.
who believe in ease, who believe in comfort, and yet they want to look elegant and they want to look the best version of themselves.
And this could be in a business setting, in I don't know, a social setting. This is, it's supposed to kind of, it's across the board.
It's
really.
across the board.
Okay.
So, for example, if I'm pitching out to the CEO of a company, we're going to begin with, because they do wear a lot of suits and they do wear a lot of formal wear. And we're going to take their formal wear, and they do spend hours and hours in that clothing. And that's where Javeria's thought process was very special, that you spent 8 hours in that outfit. It needs to be comfortable. It cannot be itching, even if it has an embellishment or an embroidery. The material has to be, especially Dubai's climate or Middle Eastern climate for that
sure,
matter,
yeah.
it has to be something that they feel good, they feel confident, and they feel comfortable. Because when you're comfortable, and that's one thing that we learned, is when you're comfortable, you're automatically going to look beautiful. And that's what we push forward. And that was what works for us. And that's how we've been growing internationally as well.
And if you feel better, you feel more confident. I always think if you
Absolutely.
get ready in the morning and then you come back at the end of the day and you're okay still to be wearing what you're wearing, you've probably got your outfit right.
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
No, I'm with you on that. Javier, where do you draw, as the creative brain here, where do you get your inspiration from? I mean, you mentioned a little bit earlier on, but you're a person, I guess, that is constantly thinking,
Yes.
it's a great colour. That's is that how it works?
Yes. Sometimes I think of a color first, then I design an outfit. Sometimes I think of a design and then I come up with the color and everything. It depends on the collection, what I'm making in the coming 3 months.
Okay.
So I just think it's just a long process. Like literally, I design 25 to 50 outfits and then I cut them down to 10 or 11.
Right.
So I draw them, I think how it's going to work, and then all of them are gone in the bin and 10 are selected from it. So it's a long process of creating stuff.
We have a good system of shortlisting the outfits. Javeria, why
Yeah.
don't you share the color palettes that she does?
Well, it's funny actually.
Yeah.
I was going to ask you there
Yeah.
because you always hear that Paris Fashion Week is on or something, and it's always yellow is this season's color, and I always think, well, who makes that decision that that's the color of the
yeah.
season? And I've never really understood that thought process, but you do see that, and I'm looking at you, and they're kind of browns, but different shades of browns, but yours has a little bit of, I don't know, gold in there, Javier. I
Yeah,
don't know
it's just shine. I think so. It's just shine of the fabric. Yeah.
Okay, just shine of the
Shine of
fabric.
the
Okay.
More
fabric.
bronzy. This is more olivey.
And then I asked Farah before.
You learn. You learn.
Well, you will learn. Yes.
Yeah, I should have got an expert to do
Yeah.
this
So
conversation.
when I design the clothes, before designing or something, Farah will come up, design this, do this. I want
Right.
this in my outfit, next outfit. So I just incorporate everything in it and just try to make something. Like literally before coming here, I was designing something and I was just like on the rod, I have to finish it at 8:30. But once you start drawing it, it's
Yeah.
just you lose count of the time.
Yeah,
I was
for
just
sure.
like at 9, it was 9:05. I said, no, I have to stop it.
She's such a creative type.
She's very
Yeah, because
creative,
once
yeah.
you're doing it, you can't stop it in the middle. Then whole of your creativity is gone.
Yeah, yeah. No, that makes sense. Okay, so there's obviously a good connection here. The way you guys, the interplay here. I mean, I look at the colours you're wearing, and I see autumnal
Yeah.
colours. I don't know if that's even anywhere close. I'm
So, yeah.
guessing it is. So this is your current collection that you're wearing now.
yes,
These are the current colours. What other colours are in the collection? How would I mix and match? Or
It's more of oranges, rust,
right, okay.
rusty, fall, like darker colors. in
I'm
this
thinking
one thing.
autumnal's not a bad description
black.
in that case.
Yes.
Okay, so that's the current season.
That's the current season. Fall season, all fall colors.
Four colours.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. I'm starting to understand. Who buys Azzy Atelier clothing? Who is there a picture of a buyer?
So when we started Ozzy, we had a thought process that we wanted to target the women of today, the empowered, working, executive women of today,
Right.
who doesn't have the time to go to the mall and select an outfit for themselves or style it together. But interestingly enough, everybody buys from us, from like a stay-home mom who wants to be comfortable and want to go have a good night buys from us. People who are executives they buy and they want us to do styling from them. Everyday loungewear people buy from us. A lot of our friends who are in different industries buy from us. So we initially had thought that, okay, this is going to be our market, but alhamdulillah, can't complain. It just grew into everybody loves Aussie.
Are you where you thought you would be? When did you start? When did you launch your first
So
collection?
we formed our partnership December. So we're going to be hitting our 1-year anniversary soon. January we
It's not
launched
even
our
12 months.
Yeah, we're very new.
Wow. Okay.
We're very
And
new.
at the moment, you're fully online. This is an e-commerce proposition right now.
Completely online.
Right. And
Yeah.
are you looking at having, what do you even call it? I don't know what you
Atelier.
call it. Is it an atelier? And it's, a physical
Or a studio.
location.
We thought about it in the beginning when we started,
Right.
but with all the research and the world where it's moving today, we don't know. The world isn't open stuff.
Is it necessary?
It's not. It's
Right.
actually an added, overhead for you, where you have to maintain, because a lot of stores are interested in buying from us.
Sure.
So if they keep our product, it's one and the same thing. The only thing we do struggle with a little bit is when newer clients want to come and try on and feel Aussie for the first time.
Yeah.
And to cater that, we have adapted doing pop-ups all over UAE, Riyadh, Doha. And that's how we get our brand awareness. That's how we get our clients. That's how they get to try Aussie. And they actually come in mind for one outfit, but they're like, oh, we like this even better when they try on, when they get a feel for the outfit. So, but we have to do the pop-ups at the right place. We cannot do pop-ups just everywhere because there's a big pop-up culture in, the Emirates.
I mean, it strikes me that fashion as an industry generally at this level it's a very emotive thing. You need to touch fabrics, you need to feel them, and particularly when you're as particular as you are about fabrics as well.
Absolutely.
People are going to want to try stuff on. They're going to want to head to a pop-up. Okay. There's a heading I noticed on your website, Business with a Conscience, and I wanted to ask you about that because this is kind of an important thing, I think, to you guys. You aim to empower women through fashion while giving back a portion of your earnings to support community initiative. That's the quotes. Now, the quote, in an industry often accused of taking advantage of a manufacturing workforce, that often happens in fashion, particularly fast fashion, which you are not. You often see social responsibility mentioned prominently, and it's kind of social responsibility washing. In this case, I guess it's not. You're kind of active in your commitment to empowerment, to philanthropy. Just talk me through the kinds of things that you're trying to do. How are you trying to give back? Fira, first of all.
So sustainability-wise, I think Javeria touched on that topic.
She did.
We're big on material.
Yeah.
Our material has to speak for itself. It's not heavy embellishments. It's not heavy work that you see. But when you wear an Aussie, it will look rich to your eyes, which is what we give. With sustainability, we give you the impact that's created. With philanthropy, when we had started, there are a couple of charities that are very, very close to our hearts, especially in the field of womanhood, in the field of education. We both descend from the country Pakistan, and we feel there's a big shortage of water there. So we do have a set of water pumps set in the villages over there. There is a problem with education there. So we do support some charities, especially called the TCF, the Citizens Foundation, which makes schools for underprivileged kids. Because I feel if you're educated, all the doors in life are open for you. So education is something that we're both very conscious about. And basic necessities of life, which comes water, which is very, very close to our life as well. So those are certain things that a portion of our sales, and we're very conscious about it, just automatically goes to these charities.
So nice to hear, because education is, I've always felt it's a right, and it gives you a chance, it gives you a step to get ahead.
Yeah.
Final question, we've got a minute or so left. You're a brand that emphasizes its identity as kind of family, continuity. Children are your biggest inspiration, is another quote from the website.
Actually, these were my children pushed me to start something.
Were they like,
Yes.
Mum, you could do that? Did you
100%.
doubt
My
yourself?
husband and my children, they were
Really?
just like, Mama, you're wasting your talent. you are wasting it. So I was just like, okay.
Good for
So
them.
once
Now-
they were going to uni, and I was all.
We've got you on a day where
Yeah.
you've come in with flu. I apologise for that, but they gave you the kind of push that you
Yes,
needed,
push that I should start something now.
and then Fira is the other push that you
Yes,
need.
yes,
She makes you
yeah.
do things. Well, look, it's been great to talk to you. I really appreciated both
you
both
so
of you
much.
coming.
Thank
Fira
you.
Dedi and Javeria Dean, founders of Azzy Atelier. It's a fashion house, brand, label. Who knows what it's going to be in a couple of years' time.
Time will tell.
Happy anniversary in December. Thanks
Oh,
for
thank
coming
you
in.
so
Thank
much,
you so
Tim.
much.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Good to have you here.
Mira Business FM.
This is Mira Business FM. It's the morning drive. Good morning to you. My name's Tim Elliott, and we are going to be talking female leadership in just a moment. A reminder that you can contact the show, info@mira.fm, or just type into your browser, whatsapp.mira.fm. That should bring up your WhatsApp dialog box, and you can contact us directly via there. If you're watching on social media or with us online in some way, a subscribe or a like or a thumbs up or a happy emoji, whatever you want to do, always appreciated. And now, leadership, specifically female leadership now. SHINE is an internationally recognized female leadership and empowerment program. It's created by Roundtable Global, which is a leadership development organization. And what they do is they focus on creating responsible, symbiotic leadership, empowerment, and cultural change. We'll be deciphering all of those phrases and more next with Tiffany Kelly, who is the founding partner of Roundtable Global, and she's joining us over Zoom this morning at Mira Business FM. Tiffany, good to be talking to you.
Yeah, lovely to meet you. Thank you so much for having me on the program. It's really, really great to meet you virtually.
It's very nice to meet you. I love the background. I love the fresh-looking, dewy grass in the background with you. Look, so let's start with SHINE, first of all, Tiffany. So it's available to corporations across the GCC, the Gulf Cooperation Council region. It's a leadership program. Just give us a bare bones analysis to start with.
Yeah, okay, brilliant. Thank you so much. So it's a program actually that's a global program. We've been running it for 10 years now. We run it for organizations like Renault and Danone. And we have groups of 12 ladies at a time on the program. It's very, very immersive. It's experiential. We use dynamic intuitive facilitation. So it's all about really getting to the core and the roots of any challenges and then the issues the ladies have that are going on the program, and helping them to work through them, to release them, and to really step into the most empowered, authentic version of themselves. And it's been so successful consistently with the global programs that we've been running. We decided to do an official launch in the GCC region and bring it here because we know that the UAE is having a big push in the GCC region in the past. Sorry?
We just lost Tiffany's audio there for a moment. So can you hear us okay? Give me a nod if you can hear us, Tiffany. You
Yes.
can. Oh, I think you're back with us there. Sorry, I missed the last kind of 25 seconds or so there.
I was just saying that we're bringing the program into the GCC region because it's very much in alignment with what the UAE and other parts of the region are looking at in terms of prioritizing putting female leaders into leadership roles and giving them the support and empowerment that they need. Can you still hear me, Tim?
I can hear you. Yeah. Thank you. I'm with you.
Just checking audio. And I've been doing this work now for over 25 years, and I started it in Asia. And when I was in Asia, people were all talking about female empowerment and that women need more support. And what I realized was that actually it was more about bringing balance to the masculine and feminine, which is leadership energies, and empowering women.
I've lost you again, unfortunately, Tiffany. We just keep losing audio. So you know what we can do? Let's come back to you if we disconnect from the call, and we'll just come back to you. If you reconnect, it may just be a glitch in the line, and we'll just start the interview again. Apologize for that. Let's try again. So if you disconnect and then use that same link, let's see if that works.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, but you keep cutting in and out. How's that from your side for listening to us?
Hi, Tim.
Hello. Can you see me? Can you hear me okay? Let me just see. What are you like?
Recording in progress.
I love that. Recording in progress. How's that? I can't. I have to turn to see you, Tiffany. I'm looking at a camera there, but you're actually on my left, so I am sort of trying to look at you. Can you hear me? Okay. No. Nothing there for us. Yeah, it was fine at first. It was good. No. No. We may have to leave it, unfortunately. That's a shame. She's definitely frozen, isn't she? I'm guessing it's connection.
Can you actually see me, Tim?
I can see you, but you are frozen. Now I can hear you.
Okay. This is so annoying.
It is.
Is this?
My guess is it's probably connection speed. Where are you?
I'm in Egypt.
Okay, so it's going to be connection speed, I think. That's most likely.
Yeah. So I'm gathering this isn't being recorded live right now.
Well, it is, but we stream live, so effectively what we do is we take everything after them and then we repurpose it. So what happens is it goes out on YouTube and it's podcasts and everything else. So don't worry, and we're still,
Okay.
we're fine. I'm not worried about that. It's just to try and get you, get a picture of you as well, if we can do that.
Yeah.
I'm not sure we're going to be able to do it. We could do an audio recording, but it would be a lot better to do a video audio.
Yeah, I agree. Let me just try because there's a couple of other Wi-Fi.
That would help. Also, I mean, I don't know if you could wire the connection. If you can wire it, that would probably keep stability. Gone again.
How does that seem, Tim? Does that seem okay?
That seems better. I can't see you, unfortunately. All I can see is, oh, now I can see you. Well, hey.
Thank God.
Don't worry. What we'll do is we'll go from the top once again, and I'll just go straight from the intro, and I'll come to you, okay? As though we've never met before, Tiffany.
Thank you.
All right, then. So I'll just jump in after 3, 2, 1, okay?
Yeah.
Jolly good. All right, 3, 2, 1. This is Mira Business FM. It's the morning drive with me, Tim Elliott. Good morning to you. Don't forget you can contact the show, info@mira.fm, or get us in touch, or get in touch with us, rather, by WhatsApp, which is very simple, whatsapp.mira.fm. No need to remember numbers. And if you're watching online, wherever you're watching from, a like or a subscribe or a thumbs up is always something we like to see and appreciate. We're talking leadership now on the program, very specifically female leadership, and SHINE, S-H-I-N-E, is an internationally recognized female leadership and empowerment program created by Roundtable Global. They are a leadership development organization focusing on creating responsible and symbiotic leadership, empowerment, and culture change. Tiffany Kelly is the founding partner at Roundtable Global, and she is with us. Tiffany, good of you to join us.
Thank you so much, Tim. I'm really delighted to be here. It's lovely to meet you. Thank you for your time. And
Go on.
Is it still working?
Yep.
Okay, and we're so excited to be bringing this program, Shine program, to the GCC officially. We have run some programs here before, and it's a global program that we've been running for 10 years, extremely successfully for organizations like Renault and Danone. Hundreds of women around the world have been through the program. And the consistent feedback has been that it's been a tremendous success in terms of uplifting women and helping them to step into their power and into leadership roles. And we know that the UAE in particular has a big push at the moment in prioritizing women and encouraging them to step up into leadership, to run organizations, to run governments. And so the Shine program for us is really an opportunity to give them a chance to explore themselves, explore any beliefs they have that aren't serving them anymore, to really step into radical self-honesty and to bring that all into the leadership that they're bringing into the organization. And we explore within the program as well our philosophy of leading from the center, and that goes back to everything starts with you. So if we can help them to feel like the best or favorite version of themselves, they're much more likely to bring that energy and that direction and leadership into the organization.
Okay, so Shine's been around for a while, as you say. I'm interested in the kinds of people that the course is for, who it's aimed at, and also I was reading some of the notes before we got to speak to you. This is a program created to go beyond traditional leadership programs to accelerate female leadership. I'm also interested, how do you do that, going beyond the traditional? What is it that you do?
So traditional leadership, and I come from that background. So before we started Roundtable Global, I was working for other training companies. Traditional leadership can be very focused on giving people skills and a toolkit, which obviously is really important. But from our perspective, it's all about going into the person and really focusing on who they are as a person, because there is no separation really between you as a human being at work and when you're at home. It's all about what you'll bring in everywhere that you go. So we do deep work with the people that come on the Shine program in terms of how they really feel about themselves, any beliefs that they have, any fears that they have. We talk a lot about blame, and most people are addicted to blame. They're in the blame or victim cycle. And so some people even talk about it as a kind of a light therapy. We're going deep in terms of how you really, really radically feel about yourself and being really honest about what you want for yourself and your future. And then that then allows you to step into leadership. So obviously the toolkits and the objectives and the things that you learn when you're on the program are super useful when you go back into work, but they're also really useful in your day-to-day life. So for example, we talk about relationships and labels. If you have a very specific perception of somebody who has the label of being, I don't know, an older man, or being your boss, or being whatever it might be, and you have perceptions about what that label means and what it means to you, then it's going to have an impact on how you're reacting with that person. And that will also have an impact on other people who are older, wiser people who might be men outside of the organization as well. So it's a very holistic approach, but the idea is that we are accelerating transformational evolution in people so that they become leaders in all areas of their life. And obviously that then massively enhances what they're doing in the workplace.
So what kind of people sign up for courses like this? Who is this aimed at, Tiffany?
So it's a program that can be delivered for all women at all levels. It's tended to be much more of an executive and director level program at the moment. I think that's because it's very intensive. It's we can run it virtually or face to face. The virtual is 4 days intensive, and then the face-to-face is 3 days, and that's followed up by 8 weeks of one-to-one and peer coaching, and then a one-day virtual follow-up. So it's a commitment, it's a very intensive journey. But the reason why we do that is because during the intensive either 4 or 3 day version, we very much crack people open in terms of there's a lot of emotion that comes up, there's a lot of realization, honesty, that we're bringing ourselves everywhere we go. So the things that are happening aren't happening to us, they're happening for us. And so there's a lot of changing old paradigms of thinking and old philosophies that we have that are ingrained to be much more honest and open about what we're co-creating and what we're bringing into the world. And that can create a sense of instability. And it's interesting because on day 2 or 3, usually, a lot of the ladies that come on the program say, I'm scared about it ending because I'm not sure if I can take everything I've learned into my life and I don't want it to end. And that's why we do the ongoing journey. So they're very much held, they're very much looked after by our coaches and our mentors. And then even after we do the follow-up day, we have an alumni who are still in touch with us, still doing coaching with us, in touch with each other. And it feels very much like it's creating a swell of very different female leaders that are going out into the workplace.
Can you? There's loads going through my mind at the moment. The first thing is kind of fear, because this is a course that needs and requires you to be really, really honest, I think. And I'll come back to that in a moment, actually. The UAE, you kind of pointed to this as well, consistently kind of positions itself as a regional leader, advancing gender equity when it comes to promoting women in leadership. So I guess this is a program, and this is, it's going to fit really well with the national agenda here in the nation as well.
Absolutely. And I suppose in a way it's similar to when I was working in Japan with the First Lady when Abe was in power. And there was a remit to increase the number of female leaders. I think it was 30% by 2020 because the Olympics were going there. And I was very concerned about that as a mandate because it becomes a quota, right? And women get put into a leadership role, not necessarily because they're the right person, but because there's a quota to be fulfilled. Now, that's still great because it means that more women are being selected and having an opportunity. But I feel like it's really important to focus more on how we empower these women to step into leadership willingly and bringing everything that they've got. So bringing a balance of feminine and masculine, not feeling like to step up into a leadership role, they have to be more masculine, but they can bring their, the feminine leadership. So the feminine leadership is all about others. So it's about collaboration, communication, encouraging other people to be empowered. It's about everything that's outside of yourself, and masculine leadership is everything that's within. So it's what I need for me and what I need to be successful, to survive. And I think that for me, with the national agenda in the UAE, it's really, really important that we don't just use quota and put women in leadership roles, that we first of all ensure that they feel empowered and they have the mindset and the toolkit to step into those roles, but then in addition, working with the cultures in the organisation so that they're ready for that new blended leadership to come into place, because otherwise it's quite difficult for women who are stepping up for the first time, especially if it's a very male-orientated leadership team, to find their place in it and to maintain their balance of masculine and feminine. So we did that really successfully in Japan and across Asia, and what we would love to do is bring that into GCC and really focus and target with UAE first because it fits so well with the national agenda.
It's equity is the giveaway word there, isn't it? Can I just ask you about empowerment generally? You speak at and you lead women's empowerment workshops. You do leadership summits. You do innovation think tanks, and that's very much about social change. We'd both like, I'm sure, to be able to say times have changed. Things are perfectly even in terms of the number and quality of female leaders in the workplace. But let's be honest, we're not there yet. There's still far too many men, I would contend, telling women what to do, or trying to at least. What do you see time and time again, honestly, and say, oh no, not this again? What gets you about where we are now?
I think it's the concept that we even need an empowerment program for women,
Right.
and that organizations have a very specific focus on, okay, well, we need to empower women, and every single woman that comes on our program says, why am I in an empowerment program for women? Why isn't there one for men? Well, actually, just to let you know, we have launched one that's called Ignite, that's very similar to Shine, but it is specifically for men to go on so that we can help them go into their balance of masculine and feminine, which is really important in terms of the cultural evolution of organizations. But I think, it is really important, and we do reassure the women that are on the program that actually, from our perspective, it's just about leadership and balance. But to be honest with you, there is something really magical that happens when you have just women on a program together. The openness, the honesty, the ability to show vulnerability, and to to really share things that have happened in their lives that help other people to understand it isn't just me. And there are other people in this world who are going through exactly the same as me, even though they look like, they're really confident and they're really amazing what they do. So I think it's this, we have to burst this bubble of the stigma of empowering female leaders and just go back to the roots of it, of what it is in terms of, okay, well, women need it and men need it, but at the moment, because there's quotas and because there's less women in leadership, there's more of a focus on that. But we are talking to the organisations and clients that we work with about running this Ignite programme for men, because also a lot of the men approach us and say, well, why don't we have a programme like this? Because they hear such good feedback about how radically different the women feel. So I think for me, it's that we still need that we're still talking about it, that we're still talking about equity. And then the concern I have is about quotas and about people being put into a position purely because it's a statistics thing. And that isn't just for gender, that's ethnicity, disability, etc. So I think for me, it's about creating organizations where the leaders lead from the center, in the sense that they have their balance of masculine and feminine, and they're looking at everybody, not in the boxes of where they fit in terms of quotas, but in terms of who they are as, unique individuals that have abilities and where they fit within the organization. And for me, when that happens, and we don't specifically need an empowerment program for women, that's when I'll know and feel that we're getting much more into balance.
We're a little bit short on time, unfortunately, but I've got a couple more questions for you. And you're so right. We shouldn't really be having conversations like this. It shouldn't really be necessary, at least along, gender lines and ethnicity and, ability lines. It really should be just encouraging empowerment for all of us, encouraging leadership, kind of full stop. So how do you coach not just leadership, but leadership from the center, as you say? How do you teach that? How do you encourage? How do you encourage and educate people to take a lead, to become a leader, male or female? I guess this question is as well.
Yeah, and this goes down to symbiotic leadership, which is something else that we bring into the work that we do, which is all about looking at nature and how nature can inspire us from a leadership perspective. So a lot of traditional leadership is about leading from the front. So, I'm the leader, I'm going first, follow me, or leading from the back, which is I'm going to empower you and push you forward. So for us, it's a bit more like the Fibonacci. If you can imagine a spiral that comes out and there's information that's coming in the spiral in terms of feedback to you, and information that's going out in terms of how you're leading other people. And so for us, leading from the center is the understanding that you take you everywhere you go. So everything that happens, you have an influence on. And that isn't about blaming yourself, it's about learning what your influence is and what you're co-creating, so that you have that information and then you can change. Because if you change, then your ecosystem changes. And also it's about that connectivity, understanding that we're all interconnected, and it's exactly the same in an organization. In fact, we call it an organism, in the sense that you as the leader in the center, if you think about concentric rings that come out from that and affect everybody else, your decisions, your mindset, your beliefs, your fears affect the organization the same as everybody else does. But if you can recognize, if you hold the mirror up to yourself and you understand what yours are, then you, as a leader, you can help other people in the organization to do that. And that will influence how successful you are, performance, how people feel, motivation, engagement, and all those kinds of things as well.
Tiffany, I'd love to spend more time talking to you, and you have an open invitation to come back and join us. We're over time today, unfortunately. Shine is an internationally recognized female leadership and empowerment program. It's created by Roundtable Global, and Tiffany Kelly is the founder at Roundtable Global. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much, Tim. Thank you, everyone.
Appreciate it. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM. Mira Business FM.
This is Mira Business FM. This is the Morning Drive. My name's Tim Elliott. Welcome to another hour in the show. And we're going to be talking, well, I was going to say kitchen appliances. It's a lot more than that. That's coming up. Don't forget you can contact us if you'd like to ask questions or get involved with the programme, info@mira.fm, or via the WhatsApp number. Easiest way to do that without remembering the number, just whatsapp.mira.fm. That should bring up the box. And if you're with us on socials, anywhere, a number of different platforms, you know what they are. It's very simple to get in touch, and we always appreciate a subscribe and or a like or an emoji or a thumbs up. Now, where would we be without our favourite kitchen gadget, a bean-to-cup coffee machine, for example, a food processor, maybe even an air fryer? David Gubbins, the president of Europe, Middle East and Africa at BRG Appliances, which is Sage, joins us on the show now. David, good to be talking to you.
Hey, how are you?
Very good, thank you. It's not often I get to talk kitchen appliances on this programme, white goods as they used to be known, but I'd like to really start with your brand, David. You're an Aussie brand originally, I guess that's the best place to start?
Yes, we're an Aussie brand. The business started in 1932, so we've been around for some time. And the business has evolved over time, and we're now very much 100% focused on the kitchen and the food and drink outcomes. So that's our focus, that's our passion, and that's what I get to talk about every day, unlike you.
It's good to be able to talk to you about this. So talk to me about the decision to use the Sage brand name, Sage Appliances brand name, across Europe and the Middle East. I mean, machines are known as, they're under the Breville name in the US, aren't they?
Yeah, I've told this story about 1,000 times, maybe more than that. But essentially, Breville was our trademark. We had a customer in the UK in the 70s, early 80s, which was a good customer for us, buying a Jaffle maker. It was our first patented kitchen product. It's like a sandwich grill.
Right.
And to continue with them as a good customer for us, we sold them our trademark for all of Europe for all of time for a very low cost. And we wish we had done that now, because at this stage now we have two brands. That means we have to do everything twice in terms of marketing, which is a bit of a headache, but that's what it is. We then chose, when I came to the UK 2013, the brand Sage to go forward in EMEA.
Okay, so, it's a very distinct brand positioning here. I guess, the longer you're here, the more that aids, market penetration in this part of the world, doesn't it?
Yes, hopefully. That's the plan. That's the plan.
More on the Middle East market. We've had recent launches like the Oracle Jet. That's kind of the standout, I think, in lots of ways. What makes the GCC or the wider Middle East a particularly important growth engine for Sage right now? And also, what kind of unique consumer preferences are you addressing in this region, in this part of the world?
So we don't start trends, food trends, but we tend to fast follow out of home food trends. So what's happening out of home, people tend to want to take into their house.
Right.
Coffee is one that's a big part of our business at the moment, and there's others coming. But the coffee trend in the Middle East is huge. It's phenomenal. I've been to shopping centers in the Middle East that one of them had 17 Starbucks in it, and which is crazy. But what we're seeing in the Middle East is this trend towards specialty coffee. So people expecting a different level of coffee in cup experience, and people are taking that to home. What we do different, and what we've concentrated on in many ways, is to open up that possibility to make that amazing cup of coffee at home to not just a barista, and that's what it used to be. You used to have to be a barista, or you'd choose a substandard cup of coffee at home.
Yeah.
But now a lot of our innovation is putting automation into still the rules that a third wave coffee cafe uses to create coffee. So we simplify and make hands-free many of the functions that still need to happen to make that amazing cup of coffee. So what that means is more people can engage with third wave coffee at home. So you don't have to be a barista anymore, which is the direction we have gone down two paths. Yes, if you want to be a barista, great. If you want to be hands-on but still want that same cup of coffee, that same expectation, we can satisfy you. So we're broadening the market for great at-home coffee.
It's no encroachment on baristas. That you're not putting baristas out of work. You're just extending the
No.
experience, I suppose. I mean, I always kind of think there are many parallels between where Australian coffee culture is, and it's a huge thing, and I understand that. But there are many parallels between the way Aussies enjoy coffee and the way we enjoy coffee here in the Middle East. It's very much, there are many similarities there. We've got a store downtown here in Dubai that serves coffee that costs you $1,000, has gold leaf on. I mean, you're not surprised by that, of course.
No.
But we all want that experience. That's the point.
Yeah, 100%. I think we've done studies in the past where coffee means different things to different regions, and I think you're right. It's a similar meaning in the Middle East as what it is in Australia. So in the States, it's about the big cup, as much caffeine as you can to take on the day, to take your boss's job, right? But for us in Australia, it's that moment of enjoyment that I have in a cafe, and for me personally, that's the same thing at home. As I enjoy that moment of blocking out all the noise, the work, the kids, the whatever it is, and enjoying that moment myself or with family and friends.
I'm so with you. I want to come to a little bit more coffee stuff a little bit later, actually. But I'm interested in something I was reading on I think it was a website, may have been an article that you were involved with, contributed to, where you describe the way you work as at Sage, that you're food thinkers, which I liked.
Yes, that's what we call ourselves internally. It kind of leaks out, and it makes a lot of sense. And funnily enough, that's why we chose the brand Sage for EMEA, because sage is a food, it's a herb, and it's also a sage person is a thinker. So that's just a little side story there. But yeah, we think deeply about the food outcome and the food problems that people are having, and then we learn as much about that, and then we go back and design the product and technologies and whatever is required to solve those issues. For instance, we've got an amazing ice cream maker that people just don't make ice cream. They make sorbets, they make frozen yogurts and all that kind of stuff. So our guys went to Italy to learn ice cream and sorbets and gelatos at the heart of the outcome, and then we realized that they all have different textures. So we put some technology into an ice cream maker that understands the hardness of the ingredient, and then it can automatically turn off when you've pre-selected whatever it is you want it to make. So it's not, we don't design products, we learn food. We are food thinkers, and then we solve issues through engineering and design.
Okay, but that's a slightly different way of putting it, I guess. I mean, you're known for some pretty decent technology, but there's this kind of emphasis on the aesthetic and obviously the user experience. Hence the food thinkers moniker, I guess. But the Oracle Jet's a good example of this. It kind of recalls the design of those original. There's a thing about Italian cappuccino machines, the Mozzaccos, the Gaggias, those kinds of things. They're pieces of art in lots of ways, I think. So your gear is loaded with features, and you can look like a great barista. But also you have this balance of that, in some ways you don't have to do the heavy lifting because the technology allows that automation. So there's that balance that you have to strike as well, I think.
Yeah, 100%. A couple of points there. Like kitchens are out in the open. Where people make coffee is a big visual spot in the house. So we call it a trophy on the bench top. So design is incredibly important in the purchase decision. And yeah, so and then the balance of having people feel that they're making the coffee is really important, but helping them get that outcome that they really desire is probably even more important.
It's this kind of mastery in a box philosophy, isn't it? That you've got the master
Yeah,
chef thing, and you've got the time poor gourmet, who needs the shortcut but wants to produce
Yep.
something of quality.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah,
No, go on. Sorry, you were gonna.
yeah, and that's more than just product as well. It's about the knowledge and that transfer of knowledge and assistance that the customer gets. So it's not just the product. You buy one of our coffee machines, you can't make a coffee at home. You need to have assistance to find the right beans, and given enough education to get that outcome that you're chasing. So that's a big part of our philosophy and where we concentrate as well.
So coffee machines are that's the strongest segment. That's the strongest demand. That's what everybody wants and expects.
Well, it's what everyone wants, and once you start drinking coffee, it is caffeine at the end of the day. So try and once you've gone there, try and not have a coffee machine. So it's a good category in that sense, and it's one that consumers tend to trade up. Where they start in their coffee journey is definitely not generally where they end. So it is a good category for us. It's our largest category, but the other food preparation and cooking categories are also very important for us as well globally.
You clearly focus, great effort on product innovation. You got something like 940, is that right? Active patents. So that's kind of central if you want to maintain that, premium, innovation edge. R&D is clearly key to you. Massive budget for research and development, I guess.
Yeah, we would say yes. It's a big budget. Yeah, we are a publicly listed company, so people can see that. But we have a huge team of people in engineering, of which engineering has changed a lot. Now everything's becoming far more digital. So there's various types of engineering, and the design team. It's a big team based originally just out of Australia in Sydney, but it's become far more global now. Yeah, so it's a huge team, a huge investment, and it's one that continues to roll on. They're working on products that we'll see in 2-3 years' time that I can't talk about, but they're always working ahead of us.
Well, I was going to ask you that because the great new gadget that you're working on now. We're coming towards the festive period, of course. These are great gifts. You can't tell me what we may have in our kitchens in the coming years that we currently don't know we need.
Well, I'll go back to coffee.
Go on.
The new machine we have launched in other markets, so I guess I can talk about that.
All
but
right.
I talked before about having different types of machines. One if you're a barista, and one if you're what we call a time poor gourmet, someone who wants that simplicity.
Mm-hmm.
So we've now merged functionality in our new coffee machine, where with a swipe of the screen, you can go into a manual mode where you get to enjoy the process, or you can swipe back down for that automatic mode, where it's all essentially hands-free. That's the new innovation. It's called the Oracle Dual Boilers, and that'll hit the markets in EMEA in March, maybe.
Okay.
In the Middle East in March, and will be shown at the World of Coffee in Dubai in January.
Okay, I appreciate it. Look, let's switch a little bit and look at growth for a brand like yours. Your affiliate social commerce programs have driven significant growth. You are certainly on the radar, let's put it that way. What are the key learnings from your digital strategy, though, and how are you planning to evolve, a direct-to-consumer channel here? The e-commerce landscape is crowded. You don't have a flagship store here. Is that maybe part of the plan?
That is a consideration, not one that we're taking now. We're new to being direct in the Middle East, which that we're about 12 months in. So that can happen over time. But digitally, machines at our level are. It's interesting that in the purchase process, consumers are having many touch points online. So for coffee, it's evidently like 15 odd digital touch points before you make your decision. So we spend less money in regards to surfacing in that search, but more about providing the right information for the consumer, either by ourselves or by our various partners, other authorities in the topic. So coffee specialists, as an example. So it's more about having the right information for the customer when they're searching. Is what we can afford to do as a new brand. I'd like to have the budgets of some of the other bigger brands and act differently, but that's where we have to concentrate our efforts.
I mean, it's a big purchase, isn't it? You know, a great coffee machine is a great example. These are not cheap things. I have to say, look, I'm a coffee fanatic, and it's great to hear. We all love a posh coffee machine, I think. I spent a small fortune on a bean to cup machine a few years ago, but the point I would make from that is every time I switch it on, I kind of pat myself on the back and I start to salivate. It's very like Pavlov's dogs in our house, but they are a flagship category in lots of ways. These are, you know, and you're right, you know, you're mulling over, this is the kind of thing where the magazines are in, the brochures are in, and then the touch points on, you know, digitally are very, very important to people.
Yeah, 100%. And I'd add in the Middle East and Dubai is the specialty coffee cafes are equally important. That there's a lot of conversations that start there, and a lot of great cafes selling machines or at least recommending to customers. Word of mouth is also a massive player in this space. Coffee is something you do share with a guest, and you put a decent cup of coffee in front of them. There's generally going to be a conversation about how you did that. So that's a big player for us as well.
I got to be honest with you as well. Again, I'm being a little bit too honest today, but if I put a decent cup of coffee in front of somebody that I'm talking to and they don't like it, I kind of second guess whether I should initiate a friendship with them, if I'm really honest with you.
I agree.
We're on the same page there for sure.
Yeah. What coffee machine have you got, by the way? Because I'm not sure if we can be friends.
Well, I'll tell you off air in a moment. Is that
Okay,
how does that work? Yeah, but it is a bean to cup and cost me. I nearly had to mortgage a house. But anyway, look, smart appliances, connected kitchens. You know, this is a trend that I wanted to very quickly ask you about. What's your next big move? What are you considering in terms of connectivity? Are we moving towards like a Sage appliance ecosystem? And what might that mean for user experience?
We are playing in different ways in that field. We've got products launched in the States that are heavily connected. Ovens are a big deal for us in America.
Right.
And we have what we call the Breville Plus app over there, which has got thousands of recipes in it. So all the good food guides and taste are putting their recipes on our app, and those recipes are the cooking part of the recipes are controlling the oven. It's important in ovens that sometimes that you start low and finish at a high temperature and whatnot, and then there's phasing. So that phasing has now been controlled by the food experts, as in what needs to happen for the best outcome is then automatically controlling the oven. So that's a good reason to be connected. There are a lot of connected appliances that there's no real good reason to have them. To have a kettle that you can turn on from your bed makes some sense, but it can't fill itself up with water or etc. So then there has to be a good reason for them. The new coffee machine that we're launching that I just talked about, the dual boiler, we have a simple on button that takes 6 minutes to heat up. That 6 minutes to me is quite valuable in the morning, wanting my coffee. So by the time I get downstairs from my alarm going off, my coffee machine is ready for me. So a small, simple use, but yeah, connectivity is coming. We focus on it when there's a real benefit for it, and it's not always used that way.
What about sustainability, the buzzword of the last 5 years or so, the circular economy that we hear more and more about? European consumers particularly prioritize products for energy efficiency, for repairability, durability. How do you incorporate sustainability and durability into premium design and manufacturing processes? I mean, packaging, for example, future repairability, power saving, that kind of thing.
There lots of questions there. I mean, our packaging, we've just changed everything to full cardboard. So it was a big project for us to take all the foam out of all the boxes, and take all the printing that isn't sustainable off the boxes. So now our modern boxes are brown boxes with printing in one single color on there, no gloss stuff, which was never that great for the environment. That's a simple one, but repairability is important, and that's becoming more and more a part of our design philosophy, where parts can be, if things go wrong, that parts can be changed. We also own and sell Baratza, which originally was an American grinding company. Everything there is repairable at home, and I think we're learning a lot from what they've built for their brand and bringing that into future products for us. But yeah, it's not just a buzzword. It's important, and it's something that we're building into our design and engineering process more and more.
Okay. I didn't know you owned Baratza. I was looking at a Baratza grinder the other day. Point of order. Coffee machines, obviously a flagship category, David, but your portfolio includes obviously much, much more than that. You mentioned the ice cream machine, ovens, juicers, etc. Which category do you see as the next major kind of growth driver for your brand? 3 to 5 year timeline.
We're working. I can't tell you is the answer.
Okay.
But there are some categories that we're working on for foods in the kitchen that are a high trend that we're working on at the moment. So obviously we're in a world where we get copied fast, and that's why we can't talk about what's coming. But there's some really, really exciting things coming. Sorry, I can't give you too much information there.
I enjoy it when people tell me they can't tell me, because it means we need to get you back on, very simply. So the invitation is open to you. It's a fast-moving consumer electronics sector for sure. David Gubbin, I really appreciate it. David is the president of Europe, Middle East and Africa at Sage Appliances. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Nice to talk.
Good to have you with us. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM.
On the website, mirabusiness.fm. We're on YouTube, we're on Twitch, we're on Rumble, we're on Dailymotion, we're on Facebook, we're on LinkedIn, we're on Instagram, we're on X for news. Get in touch. info@mira.fm is our email address. And you can also WhatsApp directly to the studio. Keep it nice and clean. WhatsApp.mira.fm. 522-789-567. And wherever you find us, if you can subscribe, give us a like, a thumbs up. That is always really appreciated. Now, real estate in the last hour. For the next half an hour or so, we're going to be talking food, the business of food, I guess, and the business of food delivery, really. Halima Jumani is the CEO, founding family member of Kibson's online home delivery, well known here for sustainable grocery shopping. They're a UAE-based fresh food distributor, have been for over a decade. And Halima oversees finance operations and a 1,000-strong team managing 5,000 daily orders. And she is joining us over the technology of Zoom. Halima, good to talk to you. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you very much for having me. Can you hear me?
I can hear you great. I can see you fine. Looking resplendent, I have to say. I want to start, Halima, with we've never met before, but I'd like to start with your story, your background. You were born and raised here in Dubai, in the Emirates. I know that much, but you kind of come from a corporate finance background, don't you, really?
I do. I was with KPMG for, I think, over 5 years. So finance has been my background. And subsequently, after my MBA, I moved with GE in operational excellence as a Six Sigma black belt in the Middle East and North Africa region, which is where I learned to combine finance and ops. And what a great combination it was.
Well, it's worked very well for you, I gather. You got married in, dare I say it, 1999, 26, nearly 27 happy years. So you became a part of the Kibson's family. Your husband was obviously part of that business, providing fresh food since I think the early 80s, 1980? Am I right in saying that? At that time, you were part of KPMG. So essentially, you were kind of almost freelancing in the business, really, weren't you? Lending a helping hand, but you weren't really officially part of anything.
That's what you do for a family, isn't it? I mean, if you've got the skills and your family does not have, money in the early years to hire those skills, what do? You go and you help. You set up the foundation, the business infrastructure, so that there are those deep roots, allowing you to grow.
Do you know what's interesting about me? I was reading some research. Interesting about me? No, interesting about you. I was reading some research, and you took a major step in 2005. You weren't long married. You up sticks. You moved to the UK, and you spent 2 years there pursuing an MBA. The reason I bring this in is because I'm kind of pursuing this picture of somebody. I think the nicest way to put it is you're driven, aren't you? There is an aim to what you're doing. Am I right?
Yes, and the way I would look at that is I'm very empathy driven, even for myself, because you can't lie about your skills to yourself, right? So, coming from a finance background, particularly audit, where we are trained to look at things in details, absolute details, it so happened that when I would speak to Jamal, and he's very strategic, macroeconomic, and so on, I would understand what he would say, but I would be like, damn, why can't I create that or generate that internally on my own? And I think what I eventually realized is that I needed some sort of shift in the way my mind thinks, generates the processes, the information, and the analysis that I was good at. And MBAs around the world in those days were for 1 year. I don't think 1 year is sufficient time. It's more like a 10-month crash course. It doesn't really completely change you. So what I really was looking for is not an MBA to do networking or not an MBA to get a jump in a job. My focus was to drive growth, personal growth. And honestly, 2 years changed the way I thought. I can't really pinpoint anything, but the savviness. And when I returned from the MBA, from this journey, honestly speaking, the way I looked at information, processed information was different. And may I also add that It was only then that Gibson's moved into a daring, disruptive opening of the e-commerce home delivery in 2016.
Okay, well, let's go to Gibson's. You launched nearly a decade ago. In the early days, your husband, Jamal, who you've mentioned, focused really on the commercial side. You took the reins on finance and operations. The MBA has helped you for, I guess, that strategic picture, that maybe slightly broader picture. We're both doing that broad and hand signal thing at the moment. But I guess the fortunate thing here is you found that in business, not just your marriage or personal relationship, but you complemented each other, and it's fortunate, isn't it, that your working relations worked out so well. The yin and the yang, I guess, is another way of putting it.
Yes, it is. Not many people know, but Jamal and I were actually arranged to marry. So perhaps our parents had some foresight and, destiny has its own plans. But it was beautiful that we were fiercely independent, even as human beings, even at home. And we were together as, two fulfilled, complete individuals. And we were not stepping into each other's way at home or in business. So, we had a working relationship. Even as parents, we were aligned. This was challenged later in the e-commerce years, but we'll come to that later. But yeah, Jamal has been instrumental in my journey with the support that he has provided. A female cannot come this far in a business environment that is so male dominated without having a male sponsor behind her, a strong one.
Right. Okay. Well, even these days, do you think is it still, what's the word, patriarchal?
It is.
Yeah.
But it's changing. There's a balance in life that is healthy. It's healthy for everyone involved.
Okay, so Gibson's, the thinking behind it was healthy eating into people's homes, healthy eating becoming more accessible and more affordable. When you launched, how did you get that across to people? The fact that was so important, because it seems to me like now that's the way we all are. That's a generational way of thinking, but it maybe wasn't 10 years ago.
It was, but within a niche. I will explain. So Jamal and I have 3 kids that represent Australia at a national level for squash. So nutrition, recovery, good eating, resting. Well, these were a common vocabulary at home. But the thing was, we were privileged to be able to have that good quality food at affordable prices, right? Now, our circle of family and friends was similar, where we had heavy eating teenagers. And when we created the Excel spreadsheet in early years to spread it out to family and friends, oh my God, it was so well received because of the quality, the freshness, the prices. People were absolutely wowed. And I didn't have to do any marketing. It grew with the word of mouth alone. For the first 3 years, until the point that we had 2,000 deliveries a day, we had not done any marketing at all.
Zero.
I mean, then I kind of, was told by our good friends in the industry that imagine what you could do with marketing. So then we kind of, played around. We did for learning experience, what works, what doesn't work. So we did a little bit of everything, like cinema advertisement. We did a couple of billboards. We did PR. It was a wonderful journey learning through that.
So, I mean, you knew you had a business that was working. If you do almost nothing in terms of the traditional forms of letting people know, and you get 2,000 orders a day. However, then we get to 2020, I suppose, and COVID hits. What happened then?
A lot of people saying that, oh, you must have done so well in COVID. We nearly died in COVID, because our capacity was pushed from, 4 people in customer care responding to, 100,000 citizens in the UAE who were all looking forward to a scheduled delivery of Gibson's. Our schedules went up to 7 days. It was a push. Our capacity had to respond and grow within, I think it was 6 weeks. We hired about 400 people in 4 weeks. So it was tough. It was tough, and I'm so, I think, honored and grateful for that positioning that destiny put us in, because at Gibson this was not about money. This was about serving the community in which Jamal and I were born and raised. This was our time of giving back. I remember putting our pickers and drivers and saying, if you guys ever wanted to become someone, important like doctors or engineers, and you couldn't do because of lack of money, and that's why you're here, this is our time. We are second in line to healthcare. and it is our duty to serve the people in this beautiful community that we belong to.
It's a nice thing to hear, but I mean, money is obviously an important thing. COVID meant that inbound logistics were expensive, so prices went up, of course. So you're working 24/7, but at the same time as that, you have to take that hit, don't you? Is that what happened?
It is, and I was very fortunate to have Jamal's backing on that. He made it a point and gave me a clear mandate. Halima, do not raise any prices. Take the hit, take the knock. It doesn't matter. We are a very value-driven family business, and perhaps that's why we do what we feel right. And often we make very strong non-monetary decisions. This was one of them. Jamal said to me, people are already panicking with the foresight of whether there will be enough food or not. If you raise prices, this will increase the panic and they will think, oh, things are now going to run out or, whatever. So what we try to do is keep people calm through our customer care communication and say, don't worry about the food. I remember telling some of my friends, if anything happens, you're welcome. We can all sit inside the Gibson's warehouse and feed ourselves. Don't worry about anything. The prices are going to remain the same. And we will deliver. Don't worry about it. And we lived that. We lived up to the promise and we took that knock, and that's okay. Good businesses are never about money alone.
Okay. Let me ask you about your team, because it strikes me that, getting 400 people on board in 4 weeks is an impressive achievement in and of itself. But you have to build a team, and you need to build a team to work in a business that you run the way you run it with, I think your word was empathy at the start of this interview. And that's a team that has to be with you, that has to believe in what you're doing, particularly at a time like COVID-19, of course. Talk me through how you've built your team, how you did it then, and how you increase your staff that stay with you now.
So if you speak to people within the team, particularly blue collars, what we are famous for is training people. People come to us and say, please train us. We want to grow at Gibson's. That's really how we are perceived within our working community. So I'll just go back a little bit. When we pivoted from distribution business to supermarkets into e-commerce, one thing that happened was that a bunch of merchandisers who were Bengalis and Nepalis could not really find, especially Bangladeshis, another job. Why? Because there were visa issues with UAE and Bangladesh at the time.
Mm-hmm.
And these were people who worked in those supermarket branches, restocking the shelves, but working on the payroll of suppliers like us. So when we broke away from those contracts, I had this force of 45 to 50 people that were unemployed. And my intention was to, of course, help the community with good quality produce, affordable prices, so they can feed their family, and healthy eating becomes practical, convenient, but also affordable, because it's a good notion, but if it's not affordable, it's not going to really blend into your day-to-day lifestyle. So my goal was to kind of hit these two agendas: healthy eating, but also giving my employees a job. And two of them, from the original team, today look after my entire operations of the day and of the night. So, in what I'm trying to tell you is the story was of my founding team that grew and became grateful over the years. And that's a currency that keeps our team energy just strong, just authentic. And yeah, we're very grateful from where we've come so far.
I wanted to ask you about your leadership style, because I've read that you say, I need to like me, others don't need to like me. So that's one kind of part of a personality. However, I've also read that you've built the business through listening, acting, and caring deeply for people, as you've kind of outlined there, for food and for community. So I'm wondering how you would describe yourself. Are you a disciplinarian, or are you kind of a mother figure, a multiplicator, as some people term it? Which are you? Or are you both?
Yeah, I think a bit of both. So thankfully, my kids are now all grown up, but in those years, they were teenagers, and I was a mom throughout. So I don't I don't know where I crossed the line being a mom at home and a mom at office. And it's exactly all of those skills. You try and educate people, you try and train them, you try and make them understand what are you doing, why are you doing, and so on. And then if nothing works, you put up your mom card and say, no, sorry, this has to be my way because I can't over explain beyond a point. And I think it's also interesting that as a CEO now, my level of experience and understanding is clearly different to others, right? So my whole momentum is to bridge the gap, to get people to understand what the company is doing, what's the strategy, vision, why we are here. But at the end of the day, someone's got to make that tough and bold decision. So I've got to play both cards. But my focus is about mentoring, training, educating, because if you do not get that participative buy in of your team, it's never going to work. They're never going to. They're never going to come with that wholehearted, that, yeah, I'm with you, I got this. And it takes time. It's painful. It takes time. Sometimes you win. Sometimes they don't understand. But you know what? In the long run, actions always speak louder than words. And I think what I've come to realize with my journey is that your actions, your success, your results earn you respect over time. And this is not something you do once. This is something you do again and again and again, because you're going to get tested over and over. And people are going to sit there and watch. Now what's she going to do this time? Now what are you going to do this time?
Don't you just love those people? It's interesting that, and it really is. It kind of strikes me that in lots of ways, and this is really oversimplifying being a CEO, but it is kind of like motherhood in a way. You have to nurture, you have to train, you have to encourage, you have to educate, but you also have to be cognizant of the fact that there is a point at which the foot goes down and you don't push any harder. You are my daughter, you are my son, you are my employee. There's an overlap there in a way, isn't there?
Yes, there is. And people who disagree with me in the moment, I promise you, after a period of time, they've always come back and said to me, I have had so many messages that, ma'am, you were right. We see it now. That's like, I mean, I've been here 25 years over and over again. But I think what I'm saying is that as an entrepreneur, as a leader, you've got to believe. You've got to believe in yourself, your core value proposition. What are you as a person? What skills you bring to the table? What you can offer? What you can convert? Because people don't care about your skills as much as they understand and care about what results you put on the table. So, and that's not a 1 year scenario. It's again and again and again. You've got to say it this way, prove yourself over and over again. And it's understanding the core value proposition of the business, the industry in which you're in. So there are layers and circles of empathy if you can draw them like an onion. If you do not understand all of them and how they all fit together, you cannot come up with a strategy. So that strategy, with conviction and confidence, comes with, I would say, also scalable value propositions.
Okay. Let me ask you about something that happened late last year. You announced you were going to shift away from your cardboard delivery boxes, which were highly recognizable, Halima. So now you've got this more sustainable solution. You've got the reusable Gibson's box. How has that affected or influenced the way people see your business? Has it made a difference?
Oh, this is such a good topic. It was a incredibly bold move. I was a little bit scared, I have to be honest, because the boxes had become the brand, and it is so difficult to build a brand, and that, these boxes were what we were known for. So how do you pull away from them in the name of sustainability, in the name of a move that people did not even ask me for? So I'll explain this. Everybody thought that just because we are recycling the boxes, we are doing a tick on sustainability, right? It's a good thing. You're recycling. So the conscience is satisfied.
Yeah.
However, I knew in my heart that we are recycling fine, but we are first cutting down those trees to begin with. So I'm thinking, everybody out there, so many corporates are now thinking about the carbon footprint and how many trees they can plant. So say we do a carbon offset and plant trees, we are still looking at 15 years for those trees to grow, which is a very long time. How about we stop cutting them to begin with? This was my personal math, looking at the scope 1, scope 2, scope 3 calculations as I was taking Gibson's on the ESG journey. And I said to myself, this doesn't make any sense. We need to have a truly reusable option which is beneficial for the planet. And it saved us 2,500 trees every month that we would have otherwise cut down to make those boxes. So it was such a difficult and bold move. Do I do authentic ESG, or do I stick to the marketing and the branding that we had come to achieve over the years? And I remember discussing this with my PR, and she said, "No, Halima, you've always made bold moves. Go ahead. This is one of them." So initially, there was a bit of a lashback, and people were not happy. They missed the boxes, which was expected. But obviously, everything in life has to evolve with education. So we did our best. We tried our best. We responded to the consumers. And I am hoping that they have accepted and forgiven us, because this planet is definitely worth saving. And not only that, but I don't think ESG is a fancy topic anymore. It's a non-negotiable card. I mean, we really need to do something about the situation because it is out of hands. More importantly, that was like phase one, step one. So what we're now doing, next month we'll be launching our compostable bags, because you see, we moved away from the boxes, but we still had paper bags. So if we remove these paper bags and have compostable bags, we will be saving a further 800 trees every month. And this story has now been printed on each of the bags so that people get to read them. And if they have any questions, they can come back to us.
Well, you see, the thing is, people do read the boxes, don't they? Because this is such a recognisable part of your brand. It's the overriding thing. I immediately think of the blue box. It's what I think of when I see kids. I don't necessarily think of food delivery even. I've seen the boxes a million times. Highly, highly effective branding.
Yes, and people used to think, "Do you move homes? Are you a relocation company?" I was like, no, those boxes have food in them. And we do supply. We still get requests. Please, can I have 50 boxes? I'm moving, or please, can we have 50 boxes for so and so? And we actually produce some to satisfy that need from our customers every now and then.
Do you know, I live in a community, and there's a community WhatsApp group, and every, I don't know, once a month probably, people ask for Gibson boxes because they need cardboard boxes.
Yes, but I'd like to believe that the brand goes a little bit deeper than the box into the freshness and the quality that people have come to expect from Gibson.
I would think that's probably the byproduct as well, to be fair. How important is price point? Because there's something I read online. Let me just bring this up very quickly. Blueberries, I have to put this to you as well. Blueberries seem to be a real thing for you. You've said they're your popcorn, which I thought was quite a nice phrase, but I've read this a few times. A packet of blueberries in a supermarket was 23 dirhams, and I remember this quite clearly. You guys brought it down to 9 dirhams. So 2 questions, really. Why was the price so high? And second, how can you bring it down to 9 dirhams from 20 odd?
It's the business models that are different, right? Supermarkets have a very different business model. They have on-ground exposure. They have to stock up and display so many spaces physically, and that in turn affects the wastages. So given the fact that wastages are high, they have to compensate for that with these higher margins. In the wholesale situation, we have a consolidated point of dispatch. So we don't have to worry about multiple displays, and we don't have to worry about wastages. Why? Because our shelf life is stronger because of the cold chain that we have. So I'll give you an example. As soon as we receive our imports, they are received into purpose-built e-commerce facility, which is cold chain intact, right? So we've got these balloon shelters, we've got dock levelers. We come in, we make sure that the temperature does not fluctuate. And then from that environment, they go straight into our delivery vans to your door. So if you think about the entire journey, it's a very different journey, number one. So you kind of get the wholesale shelf life of the product. You also get the wholesale prices. Now, if we flip that around and think about a supermarket business model, what actually happens is that we would say deliver to them in our trucks from the market, but then it would go into their centralized stores. Now, this offloading, onloading, if done in a not so perfect temperature condition, will definitely affect the longevity of that product. You can't see it, right? You can't immediately see what's happening, but the cold chain has been broken. Now it would move from that facility into a decentralized store From there, it will go onto the display. I don't know how many times you walk into the supermarket and notice that the temperature is comfortable for humans, but not berries. Therefore, they're not in an ideal temperature. You would put that in your shopping trolley, put it in your car. Again, your car is not temperature controlled. So by the time these berries and fruits make it to the fridge, they've been compromised on their shelf life.
Sure.
And I met someone yesterday who said, look, I buy the berries, but they die in 2 days. We get customer complaints saying, hey, I bought this lettuce on last Sunday and it's Saturday now, and it still hasn't expired. So what exactly have you sprayed on it? And then we have to educate them. We haven't sprayed anything. It's just that you are getting the wholesale quality and the wholesale price.
You should maybe talk to a former UK Prime Minister about the lettuce thing. I'm thinking that. So probably a very different story. Just one more question for you. Actually, there's a text in here as well, by the way. Just let me read you this quickly. Thanks for everything you do, Halima, says Anita. I love Gibson's. It's a legendary brand. Keeps my family going, says Sharon. Gibson's blueberry smoothie, and you get a nice thumb and forefinger ring emoji.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, because it is because of you that I am here on the show. Otherwise, I wouldn't be.
That's a nice thing to hear. Final question for you. We've got to go to the news in a second, but when's the IPO? Is it imminent?
I have a lot of work to do before that. Governance, plan, and definitely how we're going to use that money. I think that's the most important part.
Right.
So it's a process and a journey, and it's about time.
Halima Jamani is the CEO, founding family member of Gibson's, the online home delivery, joining us here at Mira Business FM. Halima, great to talk to you. I really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you so very much for having me.
It's great to have you on. This is Mira Business FM. It's the Morning Drive.
Mira Business FM.